So y'all check on my YouTube, it's on.
There we go.
Joining us on live stream to the 11th annual Bear Innovation Competition. We are so gracious, grateful and thankful to the generosity of Mr. Will Abel and the Abel Family Foundation supporting the competition over the years, for actually founding the competition and donating the prize money and continuing to support it throughout all this time. The mission of the UImagine Center is to inspire, support, and teach entrepreneurial thought and action. do this through a variety of courses and programs and workshops. I'd like to recognize our sponsors who help us fulfill our mission and support our students. And this year's sponsors and repetitive sponsors are Rob Gilfellen from Scenario, Jen Cohen-Crompton from Say It With Sports. Jen has a number of businesses, and Certain Pro Painters and Minmar are new sponsors this year. So we're very grateful for that support. It allows us to fulfill our mission, allows us to provide swag and food and all the things that incentivize students to come out and learn new skills. I'd like to thank our judges, Rob Gilfellen. I think, Rob, you have been a judge every year.
1 year I missed.
1 year missed, so he's been with us all this time. And we are so grateful for your ongoing support. Chris Biddle sitting next to him. Chris has been a judge, I think now maybe 4 or 5 years.
More than that.
Okay, more than that. So we are again grateful for your support. And Jen Cohen-Crompton has been here also for a number of years. I want to say maybe, I don't know,
About
10 years.
I was pregnant.
Yeah, so students, you are in good hands with our alumni, experts, and entrepreneurs. We live in a rapidly changing world and a highly competitive world that requires problem solving, agility, and resilience. And we all know that, right? We're all out in the real world right now. The college has responded to this with the launch of APEX, a transformative education system that connects academics with career readiness preparation. Fair Innovation is one of the many experiential opportunities available through APEX that develops self-motivation, resilience, and grit within students. The world today needs change makers. And as I teach in class and as I talk with students, change starts small. The behemoths that we know did not become that way overnight. They started small. They start in classrooms. They start in garages. They start with friends. They start with co-founders. The Imagine Center teaches the innovation process, and that's what this Fair Innovation competition, so that they can go out and solve problems and go into the world and start making changes. Starting small, and here we start today. We're excited for the competition today. Students have been working over the last several months. We have 14 teams that have made it through to the finals. And the way that we'll work today is each team will present for 8 minutes. They'll get a little notification at 7 minutes. We'll let them go to 8, and then the judges have 7 minutes for questions. The judges will score, and then the next team will be invited up. We will take a break at noon for about 15 minutes, and then we will have a very nice reception around 2 o'clock. And while the judges are scoring, and I'm happy to announce that Katie Tuber from Comcast, the Innovation Center, which is called the Lift Lab at Universal Comcast, or Universal NBC Comcast, will be here as a keynote speaker while the judges are deliberating. The judges will come back in and they will award the prizes. Before we do that, though, I want you all to know that you are winners. You are the process. You can go out and make changes. Regardless of what the results are today, and I don't know what they'll be, we won't know till the judges score. You all have done a fantastic job and put a lot of time and effort into the work that you're going to present today. So I'm very grateful for that, and I really enjoyed working with all of you. So with that being said, I'm going to invite our first presenter up to the podium, Jordan Spina.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jordan Spady. I am a freshman at Ursinus College, and I am a double major in dance and business entrepreneurship. And this is People Perform, a social media platform. Growing up in Philadelphia as a little girl, everything I was passionate about involved dance. I love to sing, I love poetry, I love anything that involves getting on a stage and performing for a group of people. But unfortunately, I was often not offered opportunities because I could not afford them. There are tons of things that you can do in Philadelphia. It is a creative hub, but unfortunately, everything costs so much money. In US households with incomes under $50,000, only 28% report participating in performing arts activities, while households that are making over $100,000, over 50% are reporting and participating in activities within the arts. And that just shows the huge gap of access and inclusion within the performing arts. And also there are struggling emerging artists that are struggling that they really love, which create this huge career gap as well. And it's just time to innovate the arts education so that everyone can have their passions accessible to them. This is People Perform, the website. This website is a creative hub for all artists. It has networking opportunities for you to talk to other artists. It has career building resources and also connections so that you can look for the jobs that match with you within the arts. It also comes with live and on-demand classes and lessons for artists that are just new and incoming in the space. And this is just for anyone that is passionate about the arts or anyone that's interested in getting within the arts. And this would make performing arts accessible to everyone, anywhere, at any time. The target audience is really networking artists, people that want to talk to each other, try to collaborate. It's also people seeking jobs, people that want to have a job in something that they're passionate about. But it's also anyone who loves the arts, anyone that loves music, that loves dancing, that has interest in it, people are aspiring to be that way, people that are just new and trying to figure out what they like and what they don't like. So Perform is really for everyone. It's for the community. It's to bring people together through the arts, because that is something that is really important and very valuable in our society today. In terms of marketing, I would obviously use social media because this is a social media platform. Here's an example of how I would market People Perform. I would do a lot of digital marketing, content partnerships. Influencers are a really big thing right now. When people see somebody that they like doing something, they want to do it too. So having those partnerships with people, having them use my app and having them push it out would also be really important to me. And then hosting live events and workshops to bring the community together so they can see how important the arts are, to bring people together and just to have that space so they know that People Perform is not only something that you can access online, but it's to help you make connections in real life. Some of the people that we have as competitors are Steezy Studio. It is an online classes for dancers and also network opportunities. Vamper, which is really just a networking app for artists. They can make programs with each other. And On the Stage is a hub for artists to put shows that they're in and productions and really have that organized. But People Perform is just so much better than all of these because we combine all of them and make them one and give them more. So not only do we have networking opportunities, not only do we have dance, not only do we have a place where you can put all the things that we have it all together. We have it not for beginners, we have it for people that are advanced. People Perform is for everyone. And it has so many different things that you can use at once. And it's so important to have all in one place. The way we'll be making money is subscription fees, so monthly, very affordable. We'll also have a free version of the app, which I'll explain later. So there will be free, and then there will be subscription fees, and then you will get more based off of how much you pay. We have advertising and sponsorships for artists. So artists will want to advertise themselves on our app because everyone that's on the app are people that are looking for new music, people that are looking for new ideas and looking to create and collaborate. And then we also have workshops and events that we can pay for entry and just have people be in the space where it happens. So here's kind of how it would work. So we have a free tier, right? Limited classes, previews. We would have community posts. They would have access to like our newsletter, all the events that are happening. And that's really targeted towards new people, people that are just exploring our app, just trying to figure things out. We have a starter, which is, and then it's on-demand classes each month, and it gives you access to certain things. And then we have Performer Plus, which is $12 and has unlimited on-demand classes and live weekly classes. And that's really targeted to people who really have more of their hands and feet in the game already, and they're trying to really get a start on People Perform. Our biggest mission is that our platform offers affordable and live on-demand classes, career-building resources, and networking opportunities, while amplifying diverse voices in the performing arts. We aim to connect, create, and thrive in a space designed for everyone. Let's bridge the gap together. Thank you.
I'll start. Great job. And I love the concept of, question about the content on the site. So I'm gathering possibly that this is user generated content, or will it come from a platform that is sort of like sharing the classes? Like, how are you getting the classes on there, the resources and things like that?
Right, so we'll be partnering with professionals. So that's why we have like a difference between live and on-demand classes that you can go on and look at and take lessons with. But we'll also have people that are like lead classes live that you can click onto and things like that. So that's really different. So we'll be providing kind of all the content, but it's the users that we have partnerships with that will be like user content. So they'll be hosting live classes, but through us.
Okay, and then is there like a monetization strategy for those that are hosting the classes? Like, will you be compensating them, or is it like a share of how many people they get to come to the classes? What are you thinking from that model?
There'll be two different ways that we'll do this. So we'll have one way where we're paying professionals to have those classes, and those will probably be the probably pre-recorded classes. People that are kind of way more ahead in the game, we'll be paying them to offer these classes online, and then people will be paying more to take those classes based off of the experience of that individual. But we'll also have influencers, which I kind of explained before, which is kind of just people that are partnering with us and hosting their classes and having their audience watch them on our platform.
Okay, so probably like two different models, one where you're just paying them outright, and
Yes.
one where you're giving them a platform to host their classes and things like that.
Yes.
Okay, cool. And then I have one other question. Oh, do you have any of it built already in terms of the site or the classes or anything like that?
Yeah, so this is the site that I have built. It
Okay,
is,
so that's your actual site.
yes, it
Okay.
exists. I do have like one entry class, so we kind of, that was our prototype. So we have a class, one singular, as of right now on the website, ready up to go. And that's kind of our prototype, testing it out, see if people like it. And it has been successful. People do like the concept of being able to go on here and through everything and take one class and, oh, I like that, and see reviews that people have said. So yeah, and then it kind of shows up like that. And then you kind of just, yeah, you kind of look at it. So that's kind of what the website is like right now. And it's stable.
Do you have, last question, do you have a goal for how many people you need to have on the platform to make it viable? How many subscribers?
For sure. I think the first plan would be to partner with more professionals so I can get more lessons up and running. Lessons sort of from different art forms. So like maybe a singing, dancing lesson, acting lesson. And then by that point, I think my goal would just be to have at least 100 within 3 months.
Okay.
That was like my idea. I felt like that made sense to me. I felt like I can make that happen. So that is my current goal. Once I get at least 5 lessons up there to see if I can have people really gravitate towards those 5 diverse lessons.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions and comments. So the influencers thing is great. Let's get the word out. And beyond influencers on the platforms, have you also considered that looping in and reaching out to particular professional groups or artists that people admire to connect them directly with the platform?
For sure. A great idea. I think having those sponsorships and partnerships will be really, really helpful within our app because people have such big fan bases within the arts. So having them say, hey, like I'm joining People Perform, I want People Perform, you should come take my class or you should come and network with me on this app is really important. So I do think that I would also definitely consider partnering with them to market my app.
Yeah. So the second part of that too is connecting the platform up to particular venues or troops or groups or whatever that the artist might aspire to connect with and join directly. So that might be
Thank you.
Great. I want to start off by saying, every year I come here, I'm amazed at all you kids getting up there. I'm like, you're only a freshman. I mean, it's not easy, and congratulations. I heard, so I agree with Jen. One thing I would focus on, critical mass. Like, what is your critical mass? Where you have to figure out how you're going to kind of break even and make it sustainable, right? So one thing I want to think about is, starting up is one thing, and as you go through this, it's really trust me, as someone who grew something, every day is like take it every day at a time, but you have to figure out like what's your target to get that critical mass where it can kind of. My wife is an artist. Her medium is oil and pastels, and I'm around performing arts. She has kind of a similar challenge in her community where all groups they're essentially kind of competing with each other. So and competing is a weird word, but you have Winger and Artist Circle and all these. They're trying to do their own thing, and I said, why don't you all try to get to work together, right? So building a community, like trying to get a way to ramp that community up quickly. So building building kind of a platform with enough content, maybe offering it free for a while to everybody, and then think about hitting charging people down the line, because the secret of this is you got to have it. And the content, maybe trying to find, as I just mentioned, I don't know what it is in performing arts, but these other organizations, you can get them to provide classes on there for free to start, explain them what your business model is, and just some ideas that are kind of coming out along the way. Aside from that, I thought you did a great job of organizing your content. You presented everything very well. And, good job.
Thank you so much.
Very good. Next up, I'd like to invite up Cantivities.
Good morning, judges. My name is Mitchell Gardner. I'm a junior economics major. Just about 2 years ago, I was at a Phillies game on a Monday afternoon, and I was amazed at the number of people tailgating. There were well over 100 people. And looking at the statistics, it was no surprise. There's over 20 million tailgaters per year, which helped spark my idea for Cantivities. So the purpose of Cantivities is to create a fun, inclusive social environment free from any technology. So the problems that my product addresses, so for tailgating activities, people are playing games outside like cornhole, but there's no real game that they're playing that connects the fan to the actual sport team. So also another issue is the koozie, drinks get cold. So this is a typical problem that's addressed by koozies. And there's always a need for casual fun with friends. And cell phones are becoming a large issue in social gatherings. And so my product looks to connect people outside of phones. So welcome to Cantivities. Cantivities are the first games that are played on a koozie. So there are magnets on the koozie, and so the games are interchangeable. So as far as the progress that I've done on this, I've found manufacturers, I've made a prototype and a first set of games, set up a website, www.cantivities.com, and social April, mainly due to the shipping times for my producers in China. So talking a little bit about my game prototypes here, the top one is a knockoff of Would You Rather. So Would You Rather is actually copyrighted. And the bottom one is most likely 2. So an important design feature that I have on here is the QR code. And the QR code will actually take you to our social media account and show you like an ad on how to play the game and bring consumers in person to our lifestyle branding online. So here's my koozie. It's made out of leather on the outside, and then the inside is neoprene, which is what a typical koozie is made out of. That's what helps keep your drink cold. But you can see I added 2 magnets on the outside here. This is the neodymium magnets. So they're rare earth magnets compared to on the game here. They are ferrite magnets, so they have no magnetic attraction. But also I added a handle so that when you're actually playing the game, you don't have to hold the drink by the game. You can hold it by the handle. So the market size is pretty sizable for this product. There's no real information on drinking games. Not that this is a drinking game, but you are playing this game while you're drinking. So the tabletop game market was valued just under $20 billion in 2024. And talking about koozies, they were one of the top companies in the space. Koozie Group recorded a revenue of over $300 million in 2022. So going a little bit into my marketing plan, starting with college students and young adults using sites like TikTok and Instagram, as well as partnering with influencers, not just to sell my product, but to actually make their own games a reality. There's a lot of social media accounts out there that play their own games that aren't written down. There's no physical product, but the koozie will help bring their games to a large consumer base. And then the target market that I'm most excited about here is sports. So mainly tailgaters. We'll start with tailgaters playing sports trivia on a hot summer day at Citizens Bank Park. You got to keep your drinks cold, and 82% of tailgaters have 2 or more drinks before a game. And then there are other target markets, such as middle-aged friend groups, like trivia, marketing on Facebook, and potentially even families. So the bottom line here is that flexibility for any social gathering can be achieved through cheap, interchangeable games. So there are some competitors, obviously free drinking games, such as Cup Pong. Card-based games for drinking games as well are popular, and koozies in general. But what sets my product apart is there are no added pieces. Everything is just right in your hand. And talking a little bit about my business model here, the Cantivity Starter Pack, I'll start with 250 of these. I will make them for just under $15, and I'll sell them for $25. And then a majority of my revenue will hopefully come from the game magnet packs. So there will be 8 game magnets in a pack. It'll cost me $2.40, and I will sell them for $5. And with that, I will also have the Cantivities monthly subscription. Will also be $5 a month, and we'll send a brand new game to your doorstep. And then the first year, on an order of 250 starter boxes, I hope to get of $6,250, which is $25 per unit. And assuming that I sell 250 of these per month, as well as 75 game magnets, my first year total revenue will be $46,375. So as far as the progress that I have, I'm ready to make this order right now. I was just kind of waiting on this competition as well as, checking the tariff situation. But your next social gathering, I hope that you consider Cantivities. Are there any questions?
I want to clarify something. So with regards to new games, did you say that you're going to allow other companies to be able to access like a site or something to be able to create their own games?
Yeah, I was thinking, obviously this is a little later down the line, but having like on the website, like an AI generated game maker so that you can make a game for any sort of event. So for someone's birthday, you can make birthday trivia about their, life, stuff like that.
That's cool. I do think there could potentially be an opportunity to work with manufacturers or it's, beverage companies as well, get them to pay you to create and market. Probably the subject matter expert on this more than I am, but
Not because I drink a lot.
I'm gonna on that one. So, but I think there's an opportunity there, especially on the recurring piece as well. I think trying to figure out a way, and this is part of going through your stages, is how do you break up your kind of your capital expense and your MRR, right? Where you're gonna get that recurring is who's gonna pay for that? My own gut feeling, I love the idea of having some type of recurring piece. Try to get that on a provider rather than the consumer. I'm not sure that consumers are gonna go for paying $5 a month. Unless they want to create some content, maybe it's a fee for them to do that. I agree with that. But it's a cool concept. At least I use it. I tailgate a lot, so I use it. It's fun. Nice work.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to continue on that thread, I was advising one company that was a startup company years ago. It was an app, right? And that was every usage of this app by customer, $5 fee, and so on and so forth. It would take bonding, of course, to grow it, and it would take time. And the other thing that I discussed with them is also very similar to Trust, which was making an additional deal with a large entity that would support using the app by fostering it for positions, right? And you would get a fixed fee every year for that, $100,000, $200,000, right? That provides a baseline revenue very quickly up front. It takes away the unpredictability of the revenue stream. So it's about monetization.
Thank you.
Very good presentation. I love that you have it there, which is very cool. I also love that you thought about the handle, so that way your hands are covering it. Because I was kind of thinking that, I was like, oh, how do you hold it? But then you showed us, and it's perfect. So one other thing, kind of what Rob said about the subscription. So I feel like the subscription might be a bit of a stretch for getting people to pay, because are they tailgating every month? Like, probably not, But I like that you put it into packages with themes. So you could do like a Phillies theme, if you could partner with the MLB and get a licensing, or, however, maybe they pay for it, there's different ways of doing it. But I like that you were thinking about packages and then thinking about events like bachelor parties, bachelorette parties, like that. I think all of that is a good way to go in the future. One question is just about, how do you anticipate someone using the product ongoing? So for example, if you, take that to an event and then you've already played that game, would you anticipate that they would store it and then they might buy more because they want a different theme, or what's kind of that use case scenario?
Well, certainly like that, but also I'm in the starter 4 koozies and 12 game magnets. So hopefully, if you have different groups of people that you're around, you can play different games. The games are not super strict by any means. There's no numbering on the games, and it's more of subjective. So most likely too, that's a game that would change depending on the people that you're around.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. And I'm sorry, what did you say was for each to produce them?
So for game packs, it's just under $15. It's $14.86.
Okay.
And I'd sell it for $25.
And pack, okay, great, thank you. All my questions. Great job.
Okay, I'd like to invite Avalanche Solutions up.
Yeah.
Hey, my name's Julian Faust. I'm a junior computer science major.
I'm David Janney. I'm a freshman computer science major.
And we're the founders of Leaflant Solutions, an AI implementation service that enhances the sales side of solar companies.
Solar companies are the driving force behind the renewable energy revolution, and Evoland Solutions is here to empower them with innovative AI solutions that streamline operations. Solar businesses lose large sums of money annually due to inefficient scheduling, customer retention, and outdated customer service practices. The solar industry is one that depends upon efficiency and reliability to prevent dissatisfied clients and lost revenue. By leveraging our computer science backgrounds coupled with innovative AI solutions, we can optimize these pain points for solar companies.
So there's three main pieces to our business. The first being the potential client themselves, the solar entrepreneur. They know that they want to grow in some way, whether that's increasing revenue, saving time, cutting costs down, or scaling operations up. They want to improve their business, but don't know how to find the most efficient option to do so. Then we have the middlemen of the business, David and I. We're connecting a problem the business owner to a solution. And through market research and talking to these solar business owners, we've come to the conclusion that there's one key pain point. It's on the sales side of solar for them. Solar teams are super expensive, not only in time, but also in money to train. They're a kind of a headache to deal with, and we just want to make things easier for these business owners. And then we have our solution, an AI-powered sales system. We're using tools such as SynFlow AI or Air AI to create a cold calling sales agent that sounds nearly perfectly human. Next, we have Apollo that pulls business leads such as phone numbers and business emails. Then we have Instantly AI to do email outreach if our business owner wants to do that. And then we have Go High Level as our CRM. But most importantly, we have Zapier, which is the glue between all of these tools. It's an AI automated workflow. And really, all in all, we're driving profits up and saving time for these business owners by replacing their sales team with an AI-powered sales team that can run 24/7.
Our business model is a B2B approach. We generate revenue through two primary streams, a one-time setup fee and a recurring monthly subscription. Our one-time setup fee covers the cost of the initial integration of our AI technology into the company's systems, and the recurring subscription ensures continued access to our services and to run our business. We also have several costs. These costs include services such as payment processing, Zoom Premium for client meetings, and various AI software tools necessary to implement our solutions. We also invest in outreach efforts such as email marketing and cold calling software to reach out to potential clients. Additionally, we incur costs to maintain our LLC, our website, and brand. AI adoption is accelerating with 83% of business owners prioritizing AI development, and demand far exceeds supply, especially for small businesses. In the United States, there's millions of small businesses, and global investments into AI are reaching $300 billion annually. With companies that are going to be quick to adopt to AI, they can see 122% increase in cash flow, and companies that are slow to adopt AI can see a decline of cash flow of down to 23%. We also know that other CRM tools do exist, but they're not tailored to the solar industry, leaving an opportunity for us to come in and help out these companies that are in such a growing industry. We also know that customer acquisition and retention is much harder with rising loan interest rates in the industry.
So our target audience are small to medium-sized solar businesses at around 5 to 50 employees. These owners aren't the most tech savvy, are really busy running their daily operations, and frankly, don't have much time to do this themselves. And like we were saying before, their main pain point is on the sales side. So by implementing an AI-powered sales system, we're able to go all the way from a cold call powered by AI to a qualified buyer without our business owner lifting a single finger. They're getting more sales with less input. That is powerful. And we're looking to expand into other industries. Right now, solar is just our starting point, so we can really focus on one thing. Then this can move to other home service industries too. And you might be wondering, well, why would you go with us? Can't some of these businesses do it themselves, the solar businesses? And I mean, yeah, they can, but the thing is, they don't want more work. They want more results. They don't want to learn how to manage, use, and build workflows on programs like Zapier from the ground up. In fact, 72% of small business owners say they don't know enough about to use them effectively. That's where David and I come in. And you might be wondering also, well, aren't there other businesses doing this kind of implementation? And I mean, yeah, that is a little, but the thing is, this industry is growing so fast. In fact, by 2030, AI is expected to be a $1.8 trillion industry. Right now, it's outpacing supply. And when we also look in the Pennsylvania and King of Prussia area, we really had trouble finding any. Let's say David and I actually glanced over that, and there are competitors. We aren't concerned at all. This industry, there's so much business for everyone, and really, we're in the right place at the right time, ready to help solar companies. And when it comes to our results so far, we're doing something called the podcast method, where we're inviting individuals on a podcast rather than going straight to discovery call. It comes off as less salesy, saying, hey, why don't you share your expertise on our show, versus saying, hey, why don't I try and sell you this service? Connected with about 50 to 60 individuals, and then 2 discovery calls and 1 upcoming sales call in the next week. And also through warm outreach, we've had 3 discovery calls and another sales call. I hope this was convincing enough for you guys to invest in Evolant Solutions. Thank you.
So how far are you on the actual implementation of the fully connected platform for development teams?
So we're focusing on deliver the sales side, like implementing AI cold callers. But the thing is, not every that I have coming up in the next couple of weeks, I'm actually going to tailor that more to content growth and like organic. That she wants more organic leads basically. So I'm looking to help with the social media side by doing maybe more podcast related stuff, and then also just having like a recurring posting, just posting clips throughout the week. Because I mean, not everybody wants that, like I was saying. And the implementation side will come in once the sale happens. We don't need this workflow for ourselves. We can use it, but right now we're just doing the LinkedIn outreach at the moment. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
So obviously, this is a great expansion in the future across vertical, like you mentioned. I do think it's smart that you're focusing on one, because especially an underserved one like that, where you don't have as out of the gate, trying to do exactly what you need. So,
Yeah, thank you.
And also to your point, I think solar was a great idea. One thing we also wanted to promote a more sustainable, solution to the world as well by helping these companies out, and also by focusing on one industry. It kind of helps us from a learning perspective, because a lot of these solar companies will most likely use the same process, the same operations, and then we can then branch out using our prior knowledge.
that makes sense. What are all the financial structures of the subscription model, fee plus that thing?
Yes, so we have as I said, we have a setup fee, and it's a tiered system. So we have a starter, which for the setup, it'll be like $1,500, and then monthly, it'll be $1,000 after that for, all to use the services and for support. And it keeps getting higher, $100 for the setup fee, $2,000 for the current, and then $4,000 plus for enterprise companies when we scale to the big boys, and then $5,000 plus. This could be a lot of money, and this is what the market rates are. It's very expensive, but it saves so much money using these services. And sometimes it can prevent, especially for smaller companies, it can prevent them from hiring more people than they really need to do some operations that they're just repeating certain things over and over again.
And this, of course, you tailor towards outbound sales, but also it handles inbound customer service, potential sales outlet.
Exactly.
What is the, so good job overall, and I work with a lot of small business owners, so I understand their issues with implementing more tech stacks that are effective. And it's exactly what you said, where they'll be like, oh, I know I need to do all this, but I have no idea how to connect all these processes, so they always have these like disconnected programs for their CRM and nothing talks to each other. So I definitely see the need in it. I like that you're starting with solar and you're starting with one particular industry that you feel like you can definitely get into and really optimize it. Question, because I don't know about solar sales. So let's just say it's a starter. They spend $1,500 for the setup, spending $1,000 a month. What is like a typical sale?
So I just had a conversation the other day with the person I'm helping with the content growth side, potentially helping. And she was saying every sale is an extra $5,000 to $8,000 in her own pocket. So if we just do one sale every month, basically for her, it's like an extra $3,500 on the lower side. And we'd be expecting to do more than that too.
Okay, yeah, and I think when you present that to your prospects, that's a good way to go about it, is always showing what the ROI is going to be. So if you're saying, you know, if you implement this, you make one sale, if I bring you one sale in the month, you're already paying for it and you're making a profit. That's a good way to kind of put it out there, because that's, you know, if they're making the investment, they just want to know what that's giving them on the other side. I assume too, you could factor in the cost of the sales team, so how much you're kind of removing those costs as well.
That's a huge part of the sale right there, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe doing like, maybe you have this already, but some sort of chart that shows like what all those costs are and how you're removing those costs and replacing them with sales. And again, showing that ROI there. And I had, and one other thing just to mention, which I'm sure you thought about it, and it's not really a question, but just something to think about, which is the reliance on pre-existing tools. So working in tech, I've worked with companies who have relied on, you know, some of the free resources, or just think about like TikTok, right? It went down, people lost money, they lost their marketing. So just having maybe a backup of some of your tools to be able to, you know, if something happens with whatever email marketing solution you're using, if something happens with that particular solution, having some sort of backup or way to kind of change the process, because you're pretty much at their liberty, right?
That's a great idea, thank you.
And to your point also, we're also constantly gonna be researching more tools. We're not just gonna be limited to the 4 or 5 that we have now that we know will work. So we're also, if we find problems with one as we, you know, continue working with clients, we'll be open to interchanging different tools as you were saying.
Great, good, thank you.
Cool.
And a lot of comments. Actually, it was interesting listening to you as you're going through this. So in '99, I helped found an ASP, and it was for the industry I ended up staying in. But it's very similar. It's a highly fragmented market. There are not a lot of major players, and there's not a lot of business acumen. Meaning they like the gear, they like the technology, they understand solar, but they don't want to be bothered with the sales stuff, right? I mean, you guys are nodding, but that's similar, right? Same deal.
Yeah.
Interesting. And there are no customized tools specifically for that industry. It's not like you can go to a show and get something as a platform for a CRM that's for that industry, right? So, you know, hats off. I definitely agree with a lot of where your head is. So a couple things. I agree with Jen, building some type of ROI model is necessary, so they have an idea of this investment will yield me X amount. I think that's gonna make it much more comfortable. The other thing too is, you might want to consider partnering with other companies that are selling services to these folks as well. So, the one thing that, by the way, I love the idea of a podcast, because you're becoming a subject matter expert and you're bringing people in by sharing that knowledge. Like providing insights is a great way to get clients. Networking is still part of the overall sales process. It's going to still be very important for you all trying to get this started. So finding other companies that already cater to those individuals, those companies, I think if you could sell them on what you do, they're going to bring you all leads as well. So old-fashioned, you know, networking, you know, and go to that, because I think these things will complement each other very well.
Just to be clear, would you mean like, okay, we're the experts using the AI cold callers and prompting those, but then someone's really good with, let's say, email marketing, like partnering in that way?
So even one step further is maybe someone the business that specializes on the operations side of solar business. I mean, they're providing tools. Like if you go to a solar trade show, everyone's trying to position things for these companies, right? Is, hey, by the way, let's network back and forth so that we can bring each other leads, therefore increasing your sphere of influence, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think you're going to find a way, you get qualified leads with someone giving you a warm referral, like you should talk to these kids, they're rock stars. Think about things you haven't thought of, like go to a trade show and get them to help bring you leads. So just an idea.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
Great job.
Next, we'd like to invite up food rescue champions.
Hi everyone, I'm Bella Dolan. I'm a senior environmental and sustainability studies major.
I'm Gracie Fusco, also a senior environmental and sustainability major.
And we're here today to talk about Food Rescue Champions, a mission-based model of fighting waste and hunger at Ursinus College. So what's our why? It all boils down to a two-pronged solution of fighting to reduce food waste and address food insecurity at Ursinus College by using Canvas as a notification system to redistribute surplus food at campus events. So let's further talk about the problem. Let's define it. Thousands of pounds of food are wasted at Ursinus annually, and 99% of Ursinus College students are residential and therefore required to have a meal plan. But despite having meal plans, they often experience food insecurity, which the numbers are staggering. So we've conducted a survey that went out this past semester, and here are some of our key findings. About 50% of student respondents reported having cut the size of meals or skipped them altogether in order to stretch their meal plans. Furthermore, 16.5% of student respondents reported not eating for an entire day. Additionally, we conducted a food waste audit last semester as part of our capstone in our class Talk and Trash. And about 50% of event food is on average left over after campus events. And we are coming to you with our solution of Canvas to connect free food to students in need. So Canvas is the learning management system that Ursinus currently uses in order to connect professors and students to communicate about course material. And we want to use it to address this problem. So why a notification system? Firstly, it easily notifies campus when free food is available, and it provides real-time updates on event status. There are questions about food safety, and this mitigates that by allowing for a specific window for food to be available. It addresses both food waste and food insecurity simultaneously, and finally breaks down access and stigma barriers to students in need who may find trouble in asking for help. There's never an issue for asking for help. So how exactly would it work? It's pretty easy and user-friendly. Students who would be our designated food rescue champions are already familiar with the platform of Canvas. So interested students will receive access to our page via a self-enroll link. And then designated food rescue champions would go to these events and post an announcement with event details, what food is there, where the event is, and when it's ending. And then students can go and get free food. It's that simple.
So our initiative currently exists on other campuses such as LaSalle University. However, it is a campus-specific system, so it wouldn't work as it works there for us. So Ursinus has to create their own, and we'll do this again by utilizing existing technology that everyone here is already familiar with. And while there are apps that are available for this very specific thing, like food, they do cost at least $1,000 just to start up, and that's not including any customizations for the campus. So our initiative is 100% free, give or take a few. And for our market size, we will be catering to all of our Ursinus students and faculty here at the college. And we'll be marketing it through the syllabi that everyone has to read through every semester, so they'll know what the app is and how to get to it. We can also do this through digital and print flyers and tabling events, which we've already done to conduct our food insecurity research. Our mission model is okay. Well, our key partners that we've been working with are, of course, S University and Parkhurst, which are our dining services. We need their help in getting this off the floor. And also key faculty and staff that will be making this possible for us. And our key resources, again, Ursinus, Canvas, which we'll be using for this app, and emails to contact those people. And Laura Frank, who is at LaSalle University, she has been a research resource for us, who has been a great help in kind of generating what we're going to be doing. Our beneficiaries will be, of course, Ursinus students and Ursinus College, as we want them to benefit from this, showing that they care about the students and connect to their core values. And our circle team, community engaged research for circular global economies, obviously me, Bella, and our friend Daniel Monicum, and our wonderful advisor, Dr. Berry, who is been with us, supporting us way. And for our next steps, we are going to meet with Bob Clovier, who is the legal department at this school, just to go over any legal concerns that we might have and cover all this because we want our launch. And we need to gather interest in Food Rescue Champions, which would be faculty or staff or any event hosts here to help support what we're doing. And we project to have this launched in fall 2025. So will you join us in fighting food waste and other adversaries? Thank you. Yes.
I wouldn't wanna, when you go through this, I keep thinking when we have lunch and learns at work and they're over, we take the food, we put it out in the common area and it's like the entire free food up front, it's like the entire company, it's like they're tackling each other to get the food, you know, it's kind of funny. I love the concept, nice work. Really, the only question I had was, so how are you gonna control, like, I mean, it's like, because I think about it's like a mad dash to get the food. So it is gonna be kind of a first come, first served basis, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not like it's gonna be portioned out, so you're guaranteed to get something, right?
No, and part of the real-time updates is to update people when there's no food left. So people don't.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, we don't want people to come and waste their time and be like, there's no food here. We want people to continually come back.
Yeah, and I, you know, rating the cuisine, like this is a 5-star cuisine, 4-star cuisine. It's hot dogs, 1-star cuisine, it's chili cheese dogs, half-star cuisine, you know. But anyway, great job.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, actually, that notification when food runs out, that was a kind of competition. Because I can imagine the disappointment of someone who
Right.
like getting it. And then, so two things. One, you're implementing it here and you're using Canvas. And of course, Canvas is used all over schools. They're going to be about, usually expanding it to other schools or at least trying exactly how you set it up.
Yeah, so our mention of LaSalle, they actually do it over there through Canvas as well. So we talked to, so we're almost modeling off them a little bit. But these issues are often campus specific, so we needed to make some tweaks to our Ursinus-based issues. But Laura Frank, who is our contact, and we had a meeting with her over at LaSalle, she was happy to share information and details with us about the success at LaSalle. And their program is actually connected with a food pantry as well, so that's something we hope to expand into here.
Okay, yeah, I thought that one of them maybe was them with another school that you said had a proprietary, it wasn't Canvas.
Yes, so Lehigh developed Fruit. It was actually a student developed initiative. And they have an app that's adaptable to other campuses, which would of dollars. Yes. So in order to make it again adaptable to Ursinus College, was the best way to go. That's the easiest way we can roll it out quickly and get people that they need.
Just the last thing I have is, Rob mentioned about the rating of the food is the environment. You might also think that there indicates certain aspects of the food that could be allergic to sugar for students.
Yes. Yes, we would do training of our food rescue champions. So included in the announcement they put out, event details, where and when, what food is available, potential allergies, and things like that. Thank you.
So first of all, yeah, I think it's a great idea, and I always struggle with food waste too. It's not it's out, and we try to compost as much as we can, but there's still always an issue. So I appreciate that. That's something that you're focused on trying to solve, which I think is great. I also believe that it aligns with the school, right, in terms of the school's mission and what the school tries to do. So do you have the support right now from, you had mentioned that you have the partners in terms of the school and the catering company, or the food resources, whatever it's called, food services. So do you have the support of them right now? Have you been able to have that conversation where they're like, yes, we would like to do this within the system?
Yeah. So, we've recently been talking with Partners, who is the dining and catering facility here. They're not for sinus, they're like an outsource. So we can get, they're okay with everything because they have their own, we don't want to serve this food after a certain amount of time. So we just want to make sure that when we work with them, we're partners and not hindering them in any way. And with our next steps, we already talked about who is their sinus and legal consultant here, or again, food safety issues. Then after that, it would just be getting all of the faculty and staff who goes to events, so student engagement, all part of it. Talk for them and see if they're just going to help out with that.
Okay. And then one thing I was just thinking about as a comment is if you do consider, creating this model that you can give to other schools, or even maybe you would want to launch an app in some way in the future. A good way to maybe go about doing that is to collect some stats and data as you go along. So I know that you did the research, which I think is great, but also how many alerts did you put out? How much of the food was taken? How many people were disappointed that they didn't get a chance to get the food, or whatever it could be, and kind of collecting that to show your impact and the positive impact, and then also maybe the need to either through an app where maybe you could get some investment or something like that if you're interested.
Yeah, definitely. We like to include a survey on the Canvas page for people to take to express any concerns or how we're working to change things. Because our ultimate goal is to help students.
Yeah.
So whatever they need to make it more user friendly for them, we love to.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Very good job.
Next up is Operation Chromosome. And a special shout out to that last team when their technology didn't perform as it was supposed to, and you just kept right on going.
Hi everyone, I'm Adrian. This is my biology education chromosome. So I'm a biology student here at Ursinus. I study computer science and studio art, and I've been an academic coach and tutor here for several years. I have a passion for teaching concepts and topics like computer science, biology, genetics, and I use illustration, diagram, software, and storytelling to help me get across my message. So is to make biology and science as accessible as possible, both for aspiring students and just for anybody who's interested in a subject. Like people watch YouTube when they're curious about it. I'm trying to expand that. So I make fun educational software for biology and genetics about plants and cells. I make interactive simulations that allow people to see cause and effect in real time and learn the intuition for these difficult concepts that you can normally only learn through like a textbook or a lecture. So the problem is that biology is pretty inaccessible, right? If you want to learn it, you got to go to a lecture, you gotta sit there, and you got to have the right brain for it, right? Because not everybody can learn in a lecture. A lot of people, it's like too distracting in a classroom. The content is way too esoteric. They can't really engage with it. But scientific literacy is not just important for students. There are lots of people who just need to learn a little bit more about genetics and a little bit more about genetic modification, biology in general. Unfortunately, no realistic fun biological game has been released. There are scientific games that teach physics, or there are educational games that teach like civil engineering, and they actually teach them. People learn a lot from them. There's a really good game called Kerbal Space Program that teaches rocket science and astrophysics, and it works. So that people can enter these classes and they have such a good intuition for the subjects even after not being in the classes for years, right? A little statistic is the gamification software market is expected to grow 27% annually. I think CAGR, I don't know exactly what that means, compound annual growth rate. But basically, the gamification market is like highly valuable. There are lots of games that are very successful at teaching, not biology actually, other things than biology, but nothing actually teaches biology. So, I make a game that simulates different aspects of cell biology in real time. And you can turn genes on and off, and you can observe the cause and effect. So like, for example, you can see there's a gene that causes the spiral pattern on the heads of flowers. And you can manipulate those genes in real time. There's also genes that, I'll show you a simulation in a second of another gene system. And this is educational for many levels because you know, you can interact with complex systems of genes, or you can just manipulate one. And so as the levels progress, you get into deeper and deeper levels of understanding of the subject. So this is a real-time simulation of one that I made. There's a stem cell in the middle of the sunset, and these organs, such as petals, are coming off. And this is the ABC model of flower development. It's a pretty foundational aspect of plant biology. And so right now, hormones A and B are on, and a second hormone A will turn off, and that will influence the organs that come off, right? So this is like simple organogenesis that you can play with in real time just by pressing on the gene. So now you can see the pollen-producing pods are coming off, and over time, eventually the seed-producing pods will come off. So you can play with this, and you can manipulate it to even reverse the order of the genes, and then you would have like a weird reverse flower. So yeah, so now you can see the seeds. And the spiral pattern is observable just as a consequence of all these genetic systems. So the levels progress over time, and eventually you can just manipulate it however you want to develop this intuition. So, this is another level, but it was meant to play in the presentation. So, you can interact with these different simulations and see the cause and effect in real time. I also have populational examples that teach about evolution, which is really important for us to understand. It's really commonly misunderstood as a subject. So, I also have a YouTube channel. That's actually what this is. But it's not that. So I have a YouTube channel and a website where I post about development of this video game, and I also teach lessons game for people who don't download it, who just want to watch YouTube, right? Because not everybody wants to actually download the game. And I have a website to chronicle my progress, to teach these different subjects like a simulation of the spirals or the art that I make. That's all educational. So currently I'm at development and community building. I've made the proof of concept of different levels of this game, and I've gotten play testing from both biology majors, computer science majors, and just other students on campus. And I've talked to professors about what aspects are most important for teaching and what is most easily misunderstood. It's really important to teach this subject matter in a realistic way, right? So currently it's just developing more, getting it into a finished product, and building a community on YouTube, right? Because it's really important to garner feedback and support, and that will all contribute to the Patreon. So Patreon is a subscription service with tiers, so you can contribute like $1, $5, $20 to get different levels of engagement with the content. We'll get into an early access publishing system where it'll still be in development, and we'll still be adding levels, but people will be able to download it and eventually buy it. So like, for example, on the Patreon, we have like, for $1, you can get access to a Discord, which is like a forum where people can like show what they've done with the game. There's like a sandbox mode where you can just like make organisms. And in the videos, you'll get like a thank you. I'll like put in the credits, like thank you to this person, thank you to this person. For $5, you can actually like download the game so that you can, you can also get all of the for each subscription, and you'll get access to live streams of my development, where I can like, you can see what I'm doing in real time, and I'll be able to see your comments. But for $20 a month, you'll actually be able to participate in Q&A sessions where I will, like by obligation, respond to your questions, and you'll even be able to suggest features, right? So like, thank you. So, relationship play testers, developers. I'm a developer myself, but eventually I'll need to hire an editor for the YouTube once I need to step back from that a little bit, and maybe an extra developer, just to help. And the community is really important because it's a game, it needs to have that engagement. Eventually, it'll be a full sci-fi game with narrative elements, characters who want you to make custom organisms for them. And it'll be fully interactive. This is a concept art for it. So I'm developing the first biology game that teaches real scientific concepts through iterative play and to build this intuition. This hasn't been done before, and I think it's a really good opportunity because there are so many people that want to learn, but they either can't go in the classes or they can't learn in the classes. So I can code, animate, and draw this game while growing this community, and it's really exciting to me. This is what I worked before I'd gone to college.
So great concept. I do agree that, I was fascinated by the flowers, so clearly I need some biology education in my life. So a question just about the overall audience. Who do you anticipate being involved in this as the first group of people who are subscribing and engaging?
Yeah, so I was thinking about that, and it's anywhere from like 10 to 30-year-olds, but mostly high schoolers who are interested in biology and they're looking stuff up outside of class, self-motivated to learn because it's an interesting concept, and they find the game, right? They find, oh, there's simulation or something like that.
Okay. And I would assume that that particular audience is also active on, like, they understand Discord and Patreon.
Yes.
And okay.
It's very familiar.
So as I was thinking, like that kind of gaming aspect. So one, I totally agree that gaming will continue to be a very great industry and a place to invest and spend time. The community aspect, which a few others have mentioned, I think is also very important because community, with the way our world is and all the things that are happening, community will continue to be very important. They're going to go to their communities for support and fun and relaxation and learning and all those things. Head in the right direction. The way that I kind of see it too is that you could be like the leader of the community, sharing all of these people essentially would be supporting you and your endeavors as opposed to just the game. I think it's bigger than the game is what I'm saying.
It is bigger than the game. There's not just this game, but there's there's multiple levels to it. There's plant and cell biology, but there's also theoretical animal development, which is way more complicated. There's like neurology.
Yeah. So
Neuroscience.
I think you can build a space that's even bigger than just focusing like on the game. Makes sense to, start with that and focus on, you can grow and expand from there. But I would also hone in on one particular audience. So an audience that maybe is very interested in biology and learning more, and getting them to be your like diehards who like follow you and they're involved in the community, because they will eventually be your advocates and they will help you grow the community. I think if you wide and you say this is a game for anyone interested in biology, it might be a bit of a struggle to get people to actually like be involved and be involved at the level that you would like them to be involved in. But if you can get that core group to start and get them involved, again, they'll be your advocates and that could spread more widely. But I really see this as being like you being the center of it and offering all these other things. So, I think it's a great start. I think maybe you'll start to build this out and people will start to kind of gravitate toward you as the person that builds this community that they're really attracted to. And if you can maintain that community feel with all the values and things that you want to instill within that community, then it would, kind of naturally grow, organically grow.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think, have you thought about also reconnecting it back into education community? And what I mean by that is teachers at high school level or professors at college level that understand and like use of school, then it can become actually part of the curriculum, like a lab or something. And then the app would take that next step from maybe to test your knowledge of the app, so it's a quiz, or give a directed piece that the professor and teacher would sign up front. I want you to look at these genes and observe what happens, and then choose one that you would choose to change and observe what happens.
That's great. Yes, I would love for this to be a classroom tool. I would emphasize it as homework. There are some classroom tools that teach very, very specific aspects of like Drosophila fly development, for example. But this is like open-ended, right? People will get mesmerized by the visuals and how it grows in real time, and they'll want to play with it. But absolutely, it's super important to have a relationship with professors, not only for informing the development, but also for rolling out the product. If a professor wants to use this in their classroom, they absolutely should be able to. Thank you.
I think those two hit on most of the things I was going to bring up, but one thing I want to point out, one of the fun things about entrepreneurship, the idea of taking something that's conceptual and bringing it to life, which is really what it is how these ideas change along the way. And for example, when I started, when you started, I envisioned product, and I've seen a lot of people try to pitch products as businesses sometimes, and they have to grow into a business, right? So it's a product or it's a community before it becomes a business, and it's going to change as you go through. Like it's part of the fun. It's one of the fun journeys of being an entrepreneur, right? As things change along the way. So I really don't have much else to add because they hit on all the points that I was going to bring up. But I wish I was going to college today as opposed to what I went through, because it took me years to figure out what kind of learner I was. I don't retain from reading. Never have. I'm more of a hands-on. I have to see it. I need all my senses. So it's one of the reasons why I actually struggled in college.
You get it?
Yeah, I get it. So thank you. This is great.
Great job.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Positivo.
Good to see you.
I know this is a
I know, I've seen
I like
this.
it.
Yeah,
I like
this
it.
is
Fun,
the
yeah.
waters in there, some shit saliva, but okay. So, globally, depression and anxiety lead to the loss of 12 billion working days annually, costing the economy around $1 trillion each year. This is from the World Health Organization. This just, this is STEM we're going to talk about today. But as you can see, as a society, we really need help with our mindset and our mental health. So today I'll be talking to you about Positivo. It's my water bottle company, Power of Positive Drinking. This is me and my partner. It's my best friend from home. We're both wrestlers, so we work on our mindset a lot. We have long car rides just talking about, mindset and everything in that nature. But he goes to Lycoming College. He's also a senior, and I'm a senior here at Sinus. And yeah, both wrestlers. So more problems that happen with our society. As you can see here, mental health crisis, 47% increase in suicidal thoughts among students from 2008 to 2017. 80% of U.S. students report frequent stress, while 34% report depression. You can see the rising levels, and as of right now, it's only going to get worse unless we do something. Obviously, environmental waste, we know how bad plastic water bottles can be for society. So here's the market opportunity. It's only been rising for the past couple of years with the revenue of the bottled water market. Steady increase in sales from 2010 to 2022, and projected revenue growth over the next couple of years. Demand for eco-friendly alternatives, and there's been increased focus on mental well-being also, which this graph shows. It shows the global mental health market. It's not going anywhere. People are going to get more aware of how important it is to our society. So our solution, Positivo water bottles. Not only is it water, but it's mindful hydration, right? Bottles feature uplifting messages to promote your mental well-being. You're looking at it constantly while it's on your water bottle. Water bottles are one of the only things you carry around with you, like wherever you go, every day. I mean, your phone too, but this is more, healthy alternative. Sustainable choice, made from recyclable aluminum, reducing the plastic waste, reusable and stylish, like the black modern look with the teal. And we're not just water bottles, we're a movement. That's really what we want at the end of this. We just want people to be more aware of how important their thoughts are on a daily basis, because I think it's not talked about enough in our society. So it's not only just hydration, but it fuels positivity and growth daily. The water inside of it is artesian water from Virginia, naturally filtered and mineral rich. So here we have, these are aspects like what you get out of positive thinking. It's not only from just a random hospital, it's actually one more hospitalization in my opinion. They came out with an article with all these things that are researched from positive thinking. So you think we'd be learning about this on a day-to-day basis, but we really don't talk about it enough. And that's why it's really important to me and my partner. We want people to live their best lives, and So, idea to impact. Last year I was here at Bear Innovation, and it was only just a concept and an idea. We had, plastic, we had paper around a random water bottle that we brought to you guys. So, it means a lot for us to actually have a product. Since then, we turned that vision into a real product, sourced the water, designed the bottles, formed the LLC, and launched it. And today, we get real sales, building a movement, and not only just water, but, mindful hydration. And as of today, we're creating a new label, and we're still cold calling to get more businesses to buy our product. So this is us on our way to our first sale. Mission and values. Our mission is to inspire a movement of self-discovery, positivity, and sustainability. Core values, we want people to be proud of themselves and be authentic and, celebrate their uniqueness. And obviously positivity and sustainability. We already touched base on this, competitive advantage. The unique message to create a personal connection with customers, which lacks in our society with water bottles today. There really is no personal aspect. Eco-friendly alternative, and emotional and functional appeal. So our business model and revenue strategy, sales channels, we're more B2B. We want to eventually go direct to consumer when we can figure out all the shipping and stuff from our website. Revenue streams, our bottles sell for around $275 per unit, which is around 26% profit margin, and it varies depending on the shipping. And as you can see here are bottles next to the essentially of the water bottle at the hotel we sold that. Traction and milestones. We sold 136 bottles in our first week at the hotel location. We have 5 separate sales so far, 24 pre-orders on our website. This is the guys at the All-Star Soccer Alliance game that we had the bottles at each player got a bottle, so that was really cool. CHSAA Sectional Wrestling Championships, which I'll show you after this. We've got UC Imagine Fest, and our social media growth has around 18,000 views. So here's the wrestling championships. So each champion got a bottle.
Some good product placement.
This is the UC Imagine Fest. Official business status, Positiva Water LLC is an LLC since May 2024. We have a registered agent. We pay yearly through LegalZoom, so we don't get any of the tax stuff, messed up or anything like that. That kind of puts a lot of stress on us. So this helps establish credibility, legal protection, and operational legitimacy as we intend to keep growing. Future goals: secure placements in 5 to 10 retail locations before June. 10 switches to the hotel. They recently contacted for another order. We want to expand our product line with custom messages, obviously down the line, and we are looking into the glass bottle options, which I want to see what you guys think about glass. But obviously, the biggest thing is creating a global movement that helps move people and understand how mindfulness and positive thinking can really impact and change your life for the better. These are numbers that are predictions based off of how many we sold in the day-to-day basis at the hotel. Because the hotel's that was just kind of, we were just happy to get in the hotel and in the restaurant there, but that's not our target market. These are more of our target market. And this is, obviously we sell a lot more to these people. Our website is positivawater.com and our Instagram is positivawater. If you guys want to check that out, but thank you so much for listening today.
So I thought of you because I ran the mini half marathon in January, and they gave us aluminum bottles at the end of the race.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, it would be really nice if great job, you didn't die. One of those messages. Anyway, you guys can, I don't know who wanted to go first. I just wanted to say that before I forgot.
No, that's good. First of all, the journey of being an entrepreneur is gotta keep pushing through, right?
Yeah.
So kudos to you for coming back.
Yeah,
You
and
are-
making your
And making the product. It's good stuff, really good stuff. We've had several teams over the years that have come back multiple times, and I'll tell you what's really fun is seeing some of the feedback that gets incorporated into the businesses. It's really cool.
Yeah.
So
As if you know what we're talking about.
I don't, maybe.
I said something.
Yeah. So a couple thoughts come to mind. I think we brought this is no surprise to you. This market is it's a hyper competitive, crowded market, right?
Yeah.
Finding a niche, I think, is really important. And it looks like that's what you're targeting as well. And it sounds like the hotel lobbies, that's kind of like, all right, we'll do it. It's kind of gravy out there, see how it goes. Have you thought, and I don't know, even getting even more specific. So your background's in wrestling. And is there a way to get even more specific to the wrestling community around something like this? Or something that's granular that you can get more traction with a community that is like-minded, you get influencers as well.
Yeah.
And maybe even start more focused than what you're talking about here.
Yeah. No, that's a good idea, yeah.
So that's kind of, I'm not saying it's a right thing to do, I'm saying it's something to have some conversation around it.
Yeah.
Because the shotgun approach, which I respect, okay? You're being fairly targeted, but this to be even more targeted.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm kind of thinking out loud here, but keep pushing along. Maybe you've come a long way.
Yeah. It was a long summer. For sure,
Yeah.
but it was fun. It was really fun. So we're excited for the future.
Did you say you're senior?
Yeah.
Okay, so is your plan to try to launch this when you graduate?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I want, like, this is something we enjoy doing, it doesn't feel like a job, and that's what the goal is, so. We wanna change people's lives, so that's, I mean, also, we think like targeting maybe, because we are thinking about glass, because people are going aluminum, and we think glass will look good for our label. But then you get rid of like the gyms and stuff like that, because you can't bring glass. Like, I don't know what your thoughts on that are. If we should switch to glass, or
Well, I was gonna comment on that.
You're like, that's good. No, So, the one other comment I'd have too is, trying to identify other groups that you could work with as a sort of influence, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know what that would be, but, say you decided to get more focused on the wrestling community, what are some other products and like-minded things in the wrestling community that you supplement and complement that could help you gain inroads into that community, like ride on coattails and relationships, I mean, it's something to consider in the early days.
Yeah.
So.
Sounds good, thank you.
So, glass would be an interesting idea, but you're saying one or the other. is what you're talking about.
Yeah, because when we make the labels, we have to put that fluid ounces on them. So the glass is like 12 ounces instead of aluminum 16. The glass is actually cheaper because of that, because it's a little, yeah, you see,
You needed a way to pilot.
yes, yeah,
One time set of labels.
yeah,
And the bottles.
yeah, and just see how they go, yeah, that's good, yeah.
I like the aluminum, and I don't know if you recently saw, but there was, all this chatter about plastic water bottles leaving microplastics.
Mhm.
So when you're drinking plastic water bottles, it's less healthy than it is out of aluminum.
Yeah,
So aluminum is more eco-friendly, better for your body, all those
Yeah.
things. It's not a bad idea to test the glass bottles if you feel like that's a viable market for you, but I would definitely say the aluminum is kind of catching on more.
yes,
And like I said, at the marathon, they stay cold longer too than
Yeah.
plastic bottles.
Yeah.
So that's part of why they gave them. One thing, like kind of what Rob said, was conferences.
Mhm.
So conferences that are like business focused conferences that are for like I'm thinking like the Pennsylvania Conference for Women.
yeah,
Like that is a great
Yeah.
venue for you where they want to support smaller business owners,
Mhm.
small, medium-sized businesses. So that's a great opportunity maybe to get your bottles in there, and then they're distributing it to all the people that go to the conference.
Yeah.
Consumers don't have to buy it, they're buying it from you because they just want to give it out to everyone that's there, kind of thing. But having that positive message on it is like that good way to get in there. Here was my question. So you mentioned that I appreciate how, and I haven't been to your social media sites, so how are you making it more than just about the water? Like what are you doing outside of that?
that's a good question. I mean, we want people, like, obviously, the more followers we have and stuff like that, we're gonna be posting more about, like, right now, we're posting about our bottles and what they, we posted the soccer game, stuff like that. But like, once we have more followers and stuff like that, we don't have to really post about like what our bottles do as much. We'll be obviously like, we just, it's kind of just making people become aware of how they can improve their life through positive thinking, and it's just a community of people in that way. Not really like, I mean, we could have like on our website one of having like discussion posts and stuff like that. People can post stuff on there and forth. But right now we're just kind of really trying to sell our product so we can get these people to become a movement,
Yeah. So and that's a great way to do it.
Yeah.
If you try to do too much of,
Yeah.
be great at anything. But I think having that community aspect again and having a way of sharing positive stories or things
Yeah.
like that, and you kind of amplifying them through your social channels or your
Yeah.
website,
Exactly.
and then maybe it's even going into like other products where you have like T-shirts.
Yeah.
Some of the
Yeah, we
logos.
love that, yeah.
Which, by the way, I love the logo. And I love that can kind of almost be a standalone logo where if you had like Positivo and it had that, your icon, that's something that people could wear and not be like, this is weird.
Exactly.
So I think all of your branding is going in the right direction. It looks really good. I would just say, think about those bigger ways to distribute your product, which
Yeah.
you probably already are, and the other part is making it more like that movement.
Yes.
So what else can you do to make it more engaging,
Mhm.
where people really do become like fans of the brand overall?
Okay. Yeah,
But great job, welcome back, and it's good
Thank
to
you.
see you again and see your
Thank you.
products.
Thank you so much.
You get to keep the bottle, yeah?
Yeah, you guys can play it over it.
Wait, I got it, I want it, it was me.
All right.
I'd like to
I'll post
invite
it.
Ken back up. I actually, we bought a case, we were a supporter, the Imagine Center was a supporter of Positiva, but I've been hiding them because that would have come. And so quickly, so we have a few, we can pass out to the judges later.
Hello everyone, my name is Tanara and I am a freshman double majoring in finance and computer science. And today I want to introduce you to the 10 Act. So our mission is to help people to build a healthy relationships with money and sort of take control of their financial future. So actually, I think this project is something personal for me because as an international student, once I came to the US, I was really confused by the whole financial system, and I actually faced like a late fee, and that's really, and that was $200, which is quite a bit of money for a college student, and that's why I started to be aware that I need to be more aware of my and sort of be more in touch how I can manage my money, right? So so I thought I was only one who faced like such a late fee, but I happened to discover that 1 in 3 people miss a debt payment here in America, and 67% of millennials are burdened with debt, and 40 people their debt causes significant stress and impacts their health, which the TANPAD is like primarily goal is to help build a healthy relationships with money and take out the stress of being in debt. So as I said, the TANPAD is the financial management and debt repayment app that helps to take control of their debt and money. So TANPAD offers smart debt plans, it offers real-time tracking, and as well as it offers unique what-if simulator, which is plug in to make smart decisions. Also, it includes late fee protection and payment reminders, and also a milestone system that helps to celebrate their progress and helps them stay motivated. Okay. So here is the interface of the person who is facing a debt, and my app shows in our dashboard. You can see like how the person can see their upcoming payments, see their milestones, or maybe like plans or goals to make in the future. Also, the dashboard shows the what-if simulator, which is the plugin that helps to calculate the progression of their debt and how like minimal payments or like extra 100 payments can sort of change the trajectory of their debt. Also, there is a calendar to sort of remind consumers to be aware of their upcoming payments. And also, it includes debt repayment plan, which indicates their interest rates on their debt. It shows how much the amount of the debt. It shows the tracking, how are they in the progress of repaying that. Also, it shows the spending and income progressions in their graphs, so they can see how much they spend and how much they earn and how it's proportionate to their overall stability of their financial state. And as you can see, our overall interface is really in pastel colors, which should sort of like relieve the financial stress of the people. And let's move on. Why now? So I think currently people need an all-in-one app that includes all budgeting and debt repayment plans, and that's what TANPAD covers. Furthermore, and I think now people want sort of app that is tailored to their own personal finances. So I'm not the spreadsheet type of person, that's why I created this app to help to sort of be, have the ability to see their personal finance in a more simplistic way. And the reason why CampPass stands out, as I said, is the what if simulator. So as I said, if the person makes like sort of extra payment on their debt and sees how it might actually change the whole trajectory or maybe reduce the duration of the payoff progress, I think it's really helpful to people to stay motivated and sort of maybe build like system to pay off their debt. And yeah, and let's move on. Analysis. So the main target audience is Gen Z and millennials. So the market opportunity is 68% because we discovered through our research that 32% of American households do not have do have structured budgeting system, but there's still 68% of people that need this type of structured system to keep on track of their financial life. And so our revenue potential is estimated at 36 million a year with just one adoption rate with financial access of Gen Z and millennials. And I think our marketing approach will be through social media, and because the main targets, Gen Z and millennials, are really active in those apps, and that's why we are primarily targeting through social media. And also I want to mention how our app is premium model. So people can access it for free for basic budget. But we have two plans, which is basic plan for $5 and premium plan for $8. Basic plan includes enhanced tracking and basic payment tools, whereas the premium plan includes water plugin, milestone tracking, and advanced financial reports. So our initial cost would be $15,124 for launching, which covers development fees and platform fees, as well as our ongoing monthly payments would be estimated at $3,700 for AP hosting, marketing, and operations. And we are projecting to break even in 9 to 12 months. We're procuring 570 paying users to cover expenses. So our next steps will be finalizing the product features. I'm still creating different scenarios of people how. So I'm still working on what of plugin because, as I said, our app is for both millennials and Gen Z. That's why I wanted to make sort of extensive scenarios to tailor this population. And the next steps will be just developing the back end, front end, and sort of building a strong data privacy. Creating a strong back end, so it will ensure the data privacy and testing and overall launching our MVP. In conclusion, this app, which is not a financial tool, is a game changer for millions of young adults burdened with debt and just wanting people and financial uncertainty, and overall help the people to build sort of their financial, to keep on track of their financial life, and as well as be in sort of go back into their financial freedom.
So very good. Watching it and looking at the prototype screens, started to think about ideas of color, which you may so one is, providing connections into the app from actually other logged ones, credit cards, whether it's
Yes, totally. We are looking. We are actually covered the API stuff because we know that a lot of our consumers maybe use this type of apps to just be to have a sync with their bank account and sort of see their trajectory of their expenses and debt.
Yeah, exactly. The other thing I thought was even what if is,
Yeah.
Which is not only what if about what if I change the level of payment, but if somebody is about to consider a large purchase, you know, electronics, a phone, for example, or, you know, a car, they could do a what if on that. What if I identify this, and this is the interest rate, and this is the payment, and how does that break down across the month?
Yes, totally. It's as I said, I'm still working on these different scenarios that I want to create, and like big purchases, savings, investments are still part of it. This example just covered how the person with debt can manage it, but totally our savings and savings for a bigger are going to be important.
I guess the last thing I mentioned too around too is the size to the subscribers. And this financial is where we're trying to get the market Gen Z and millennials. Discount on the account or partial brand with their logo and try to help their customers.
Yeah, I do consider partnerships with different banking institutions or fintech platforms, and our app is going to be in that way that it will not just be. It's more the like tools that can actually enhance their path to financial freedom.
I think did you mention this, why it's called TenPath?
No, so the TenPath is actually if you. So the main reason why I called it TenPath is that in my native language, so the 10 is like money and like packed money.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, I like that. I thought there was a meaning behind it, that's why I asked. So as a user of 9 million financial tools, I've used a lot of the apps for money management. There's a new one, I would say a good amount of the ones I've used were focused on women and women's finances. So Ellevest is actually was just bought out by Betterment. Investrio was another one, could be something for you to look into too. They're a female-owned business. They are in test mode right now. So it's in Copilot or Test Flight or whatever that app is. And I spoke to one of the founders of Investrio, and her struggle, because I asked her, you know, like where are you in this development of the business? And one of the things that she said she struggled with was people wanting to pay for the apps. So I say this to tell you that I feel like your price point is right in the right spot, because she essentially was saying that people that have financial struggles don't love paying for the apps. So getting them in through the freemium and then converting them to $5 or $8, I think she found their price point to be around $7. That was like where the sweet spot was. So it seems like your price point is the right way, or is at the right level. The one thing that I would say is you talked about the what if simulator being your differentiator. So whatever you decide is that real differentiator, if it is the what if, positioning the app around the what if simulator. So maybe giving scenarios to people who are Gen Z and millennial and saying what if, and then giving them different scenarios that they can really relate to. Because essentially there are, you know, other financial tools out there, as you know, but if you can really make it attractive for them so they feel like it's very specific to them and their situation, that is probably a good way for you to get it out there and to get the right audience to be interested in it. So just thinking about some of the struggles that are specific to Gen Z and millennial audiences. I'm a geriatric millennial, so I kind of count in this. But so like some of the apps that I've used were just not relevant for me and my financial situation. But maybe one that is talking about like student loans. So maybe when you graduate, you know, you get some sort of incentive to log on to this, you know, to join, so that way you can put your student loan in there and it kind of decodes paying back student loans as opposed to just being confused about it when you graduate, that kind of thing.
Yeah, totally. Actually, our calendar interface includes like tuition rates and also the financial reports like FAFSA when you need to apply for taxes, or can you see the blue sort of. Yeah, it's on the 30th of January, so it shows that like on which date you need to file your financial reports.
Yeah, that's great. So I think maybe, highlighting some of those things too, if you can make it specific to that audience, that's really important. And I think that would definitely help you kind of stand out from everyone else, so.
Yeah, totally.
This is great, and I think the financial literacy and financial tools for, all generations are very important, but very specifically Gen Z and millennials who are facing their own challenges, so, good job.
I got my first credit card and I didn't make minimum payment for 4 months. Nobody taught me any of this stuff, and all of a sudden I got this huge thing
You're
in
like,
the
what?
mail. Yeah. It was a long time ago, but great presentation, great concept. Couple things. One is kind of a recurring theme, I think, we've been pointing out to others, is identifying the sphere of influence of third parties you can work with. I love Jen's idea of working with, it could even be schools, I don't know, whatever it is. That when you graduate, you get a year freemium for, as part of graduate, as part of like a launch program in the real world. I don't know, there are a bunch of different third parties you can kind of work with to try to promote this, right? The one thing that I would point out, the one thing that I hear when I hear the what if is definitely get your legal stuff in line.
Yeah.
Because, I see that what if scenario and all of a sudden someone, well, they told me to do this and it didn't work out, so you're just gonna have, there's definitely gonna be some legalese you gotta read through to agree to subscribe to it, even if it's free. But great concept. I see this as a great add-in, as I worked with my mom with like Credit Karma and my daughter who's 2 years out of school, who just did her taxes last night and went through that whole thing, and she admitted that she doesn't love anything to do with investing in money. So having to walk her through that, this would be fantastic for her. So nice work.
Thank you.
Okay, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is great news. We are scheduled for a 15-minute break, so we'll come back in at 12:05, and we'll begin the afternoon session. There are, I think, some refreshments still out there from this morning, and we'll be providing lunch at 2:00. Thanks, everybody that's presented so far. We'll reconvene at 5 after.
Hello everyone, my name is Laura Bradley. I'm a senior business economics major, and I'd like to present to you Nurture Care, which is a nonprofit organization dedicated to supporting cancer patients through affordable care certificates. So a little background, growing up, I've had personal experiences with my family members battling cancer. So on the left is a picture of my mother, Carmelina. Um, She is a breast cancer survivor. And then on the picture on the right is a picture of my grandmother, Jeanette, who passed away from stage 4 colon cancer. So given these experiences, I've been tackling and giving back to those in need and supporting the cause. So looking at the current problem, around 1.9 million people are diagnosed with cancer in the US each year, and this causes fear, isolation, and exhaustion. So patients often can't afford basic comforts. So on average, in the first year following a cancer diagnosis, the average cost is $42,000 in medical care or over. Many are too tired to shop or care for themselves, given the exhaustive treatment that they go through. And current cancer care packages on the market right now range from $100 to $200 and primarily target women with breast cancer, not necessarily children or men. So how this all started, I first started with donating my hair to help chemo patients. I participated in awareness walks with my mother, which is a picture of us on the right. I also wrote letters to patients undergoing treatment. So I'd like to show you a short little clip of what that was like.
Wishing you the best of luck. You will be in my prayers. And as long as you believe, you will succeed. Go forward. Thank you so much. Thanks so much. And like she said, I'm kicking this cancer's ass like crazy. There you go. I'm not playing. I'm not playing. You're not playing. You're doing the hard work.
So looking at this, we're sending letters to patients. I've seen how patients feel seen, supported, and not alone. It also showed me just how powerful small acts of kindness can be, like comfort items I gave my mother support during her treatment. And that's when I realized I could do more and pay it forward too. So my solution is Nurture Care, which is affordable and thoughtfully curated care packages. That stress more than just a message, so it provides practical items that bring real comfort to patients, and it's a reminder of them that they're not alone. So here's an example of one of my packages. This is the Cuddle and Care package, so this is designed for like a child with cancer. So you can see it has like a beanie for hair loss, colorful socks, a personalized letter, coloring book, crayons, a stuffed animal, a blanket, a fidget toy, rice from radiation, pill cases, if they have medication that they have to take, hand sanitizer, and chapstick. So I got all this from $35, and I'd be selling them for $40, so that would cover the operational costs. And then looking at my competitors, so there's the Bomb Box, which is in Kansas. So their prices range from $50 to $220 per package, and they all don't offer options to children. There's also the Rock treatment in New York City, and prices start at $70 with an average cost of $100 per package, which is basically double the amount of cost of my package. So that's why Nurture Care stands out, because it provides affordable pricing to cover only operational costs, And it's also packages for all genders and ages, including children, and focusing on accessibility, ensuring that no one feels excluded. So my revenue would come from care package sales, but mainly grants, donations, and partnerships. Expenses would be product sourcing, packaging, shipping, marketing. And I also want to focus on bulk purchasing to reduce costs and organic social media and partnerships. So looking at projected financials, so given that I am a nonprofit organization, I have form fees through the IRS and state registration, also website subscription, cost per package, and shipping and packaging. I sell or give out 100 packages, that would be around $3 or $3,000 and $500 for the cost. So on my website, ways to support, so there's options for a general donation where people can give any amount. You can buy for loved ones, you can send a care package directly to someone that you know who has cancer. There's also send to someone in need, so if you may not know somebody, but you still want to help out, you can do that as well. And corporate partnerships, so if you want to send donations, they can send it to support groups or hospitals in their name to help. So looking at milestones so far, so I developed a website at nurturecare.org. I also am currently registering as a nonprofit, so I obtained my legal name, my CP 575E notice, and EIN number. I set up proper bookkeeping for revenue and expenses, and also create social media pages. So I already have 500 followers on Instagram, and started creating partnerships and packages. So currently have about 20 packages made, and I've been in contact with the founder of breastcancer.org, who also works at Mainline Health, so I can send packages there. So next steps and goals, so completing forms to finish my 501c3 status, building inventory, seeking donations and partnerships to help fund operations, growing my social media, and giving out at least 100 packages, but projected to be around 250. So I'll end up asking, if you had the power to turn fear into comfort, loneliness into love, and pain into hope, would you use it?
Okay. Great presentation. I don't have to read into too much to know that you're passionate about this, which is great. So a couple things. So I've been involved over the years in a couple different nonprofits that catered to cancer patients. So one was and I put this in the comments back to you actually when you get them. Chemo Cozy was founded by a friend of mine. He passed away from cancer, and he designed sweatshirts that you wear when you're going through chemotherapy that had areas where you could actually wear everything to keep you warm because you get very cold with chemotherapy. I also was involved with an organization on the board called Little Smiles. So they primarily cater to helping lift up kids that have life-ending illnesses. I'm happy to put you in touch with them. By the way, they would love this, right? It's something that's a great organization you could work through, I think, which is great. So I didn't have much to add other than I think you're heading down the right path. And as I mentioned to the others, I think you already pointed out, finding those third parties that you can partner with to help drive more activity would be great. You also get a lot of ideas. We used to do things called junk food runs. We go to the hospital with a bunch of junk food, run around with the kids, and give them a bunch of junk food. They the Philly Fanatic would run around getting junk food. So there are probably some other ideas you get for some other type of gift packages you haven't thought of as well. So nice work.
Thank
you. Yeah, I mean, second goal, my wife serves on nonprofit businesses, including Glen Marlene, and she's always orchestrating things, especially for patients that are which is one idea, just a little bit towards what Rob just said at the end. I was thinking if you have ordered location for the packages and you have particular packages in, which are great, maybe in the future also you'll have one where somebody can sort of build their own package. And have that sent when they can even say that it's a particular type of it's an organization that focuses on a certain type of issue, cancer.
Yeah, great presentation. Love the concept of it overall. And definitely, you know, you pointed out the need for it and something that's a little bit more affordable to help people make a difference, even if they don't have all that money to be able to contribute to the cause. I think kind of echoing what they said about finding those partners, I think that that'll be a real because once you can get into some of those organizations, they can promote you as an option. So whether it be, you know, those support to families who are going through this, or, you know, other organizations that they mentioned that are out for the same cause, that will definitely help you get some more awareness for it, and they'll maybe put you as like a preferred vendor, or however they, I don't know what they would call it, but something along those lines, just to get the word out there. The other thing is do you feel confident about your nonprofit paperwork and everything? I'm asking because if you don't, I could provide a source for you to help you through that. So saying too, because what ends up coming down from that is that you can like get some of these supplies in bulk cheaper with the nonprofit status once you have that approved. So if you do need help with nonprofit, any sort of paperwork or anything, reach out because I can definitely help you. I have a friend who does a lot of that, or reach out to your network and get people to help you because they will. And then you can also get your supplies for less, and then that'll reduce your price for how much it costs to put it together. So that way, you know, you can maybe in the future pull profit from it and pay yourself, because that's not good.
I have one more question, just follow. Can you go back to your financials real quick? I just have a question. So, you're a senior, right? Graduating? Okay. I'm assuming you're looking to do this in conjunction with a career in the beginning, but ideally, if you could do this full-time, you'd do it full-time? Okay. Okay, great, thanks.
Good job.
I'd like to invite up to the podium Balance Swimwear.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Gabe Sloan. I'm a finance major and I'm a freshman.
My name is Nick Watson. I'm a freshman and a pre-engineering major.
Today, we are excited to announce Balance Swimwear. Let me ask you guys something. Have you guys ever wanted to jump in the ocean, but you have to leave something valuable behind? Your phone, a car key, maybe even an inhaler. Well, now you don't.
The Balance Swimwear is an innovative design. Swimwear with waterproof pockets and enhanced experience with stylish, secure, and functional for all water activities. It's a game changer, redefining swimwear with cutting-edge technology.
Our mission and values. We aim to create a functional, durable swimwear for all adventures. We promise quality and sustainability. We use premium materials that are all eco-friendly. We have a customer-first mindset. We focus on trust, performance, and the continuation of our improvement.
Our target market is for recreational swimmers and adventurers, even tech users, with 6% market growth driven by the need for functional swimwear. It's innovative, practical, and stylish to meet the needs of the consumer.
Our financial analysis. We have two ways to make money. Our first way is direct-to-consumer sales. This is through our website. And our second way is retail. Picture yourself walking down the boardwalk, and in your favorite surf shop, you see Balance Swimwear. That's a beautiful sight, isn't it? We like to implement a sustainable profitability with strategic cost management, reinvestment in innovation, and scalable growth.
With our marketing plan, we're going to look for digital first with social media like TikTok, Instagram, and Snapchat. Next, we'll be going with influencers and ads. We'll also be doing events like pop-ups and also partnerships. It's quality, competitive, and sustainable and innovative.
We like to implement a strong structure of leadership, CEO, marketing operations, and a design drive for success. We have a flexible growth of contractors, support early stage scalability, and we have a promising future expansion and in-house for quality and sustainability. Here are some of our baseline products. Here on the left is our women's, and on the right is our men's.
To wrap things up, what makes us different from any other swimming trunks is the waterproof pockets to keep your riders safe. It's stylish, functional, and durable. Help redefine swimwear's future. Swim secure.
You can go first.
Did you consult Maureen on any of this?
Yes.
She should be your influencer in her open water swimming beach.
Yeah, she's told us all about it.
Yes, tell us all about it.
Huge sale. I have a question for you. So there is a difference between, I'll call it the, active, casual swimwear and active swimwear, right? Mm-hmm. So what Marie does in open water swimming is active, as opposed to going to the beach and boogie boarding and stuff. That's casual. If you address both of those, you're doing one first and the other.
We address both. Like Marine, for example, she's an open water swimmer. She's more active. I'm myself like the beach. But I'm a casual guy. I like to swim up to the sandbars. But when I get to the sandbar, I'm kind of tired. So it'd be awesome if I could have my inhaler right there.
Wow, cool. So the same suit you could use for both of them. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, great. I didn't have much else. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Is the pocket attached, completely attached?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the first thing that I think of is like, oh, if I put stuff in my pocket, my pants are gonna fall down, right?
Okay.
So like, I would just want to make sure that it would be secure, and that, like, thinking about what you would put in there.
You've been carrying a lot of stuff.
Well, I don't know, one had like a drink, and I was like, if I put my drink in there, that sounds like a great idea, but also.
Positive water in there and take a swim.
Right, hopefully they don't fall off, that was my concern. So I think, like, you gave a couple examples in the images, not so much like in what you're saying, so I think maybe just like bringing it to life a little bit more with, like, I mean, you did say your inhaler, which is important, so medical needs or whatever. There was one that was like a key, so like you don't have to leave your key fob, or I guess if you have like a phone, depending on how big the pocket is, maybe showing what can fit in each of those. Because I think it is a great idea, and I hate, I had a buoy bag, I don't know if you've heard of those, the buoy bags. Yeah, and the stupid zipper gets stuck and then it broke, and I was very disappointed because I spent like $75 on it.
You also get to carry it with you. It's like,
Yeah.
I hate that.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I'm a woman, I carry a purse all the time, I'm used to carrying it, I just don't want it to get wet. So yeah, just putting like, the scenarios, what you would actually put in it, but I see the need for it, I think it's a great idea, especially with like water sports, so like going out on the paddleboard, like, I can bring a bag, but then I have to put it on the board, so I think it's great. And then, I'm sorry, you had the two designs, right? So you had one for women, one for men. And then are these like, are you gonna have different color variations?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Designs too. This is
Just
just like
sticking with these designs to
prototype.
start.
It's just baselines.
Okay. Do you know what size the women's pocket is? Just out of curiosity. You don't have to know.
I'm
It's
sorry,
okay.
we do not know the dimensions right now.
It's okay. I was just curious. There is a function on, if you ever shop online, there's a function if you're like trying to buy a purse where I'm a visual person. So if you tell me the dimensions, I'll be like, I still have no idea what fits in there. So they have the capability where they show you like iPhone, iPad, like different products, and they show you how it would potentially fit. So giving some sort of visualization as to like what fits in there is, I think, would be helpful.
Thank you.
I do a lot of online shopping. Okay, good.
Yeah,
And
to
good job.
continue on that, I would say where it's possible, there's a little bit of, not too much, the possibility of different size pockets, and possibly even the option of having two on the side as well.
Like make it like customizable kind of.
Yeah, exactly. And then visually show each size what could generally fit.
Great.
Thanks very much.
Sticky, even more green.
In keeping with the theme of swimming and being outside, I'd like to invite Mugs and Bikinis up to the podium.
Almost like you had like a photo hunt where you like.
So I have some of my handmade bikinis of
Oh, nice.
designs. So you guys want to look at me right now? Hi, my name is Hazley. I'm a slow fashion designer and a proud potter. With my last semester here at Ursinus College, I am currently completing an independent study course, finalizing the launch of my brand, a business that I've been dreaming of starting since I was in high school. And so today, Mugs and Bikinis would like to pitch a new platform idea called the Curated Marketplace. Community Sales Platform, TCM, is a new outlet designed to uplift the exposure of artisans and to help promote the sales of slow fashion and handmade goods. In a market flooded with fast fashion and algorithmic suppression, we will also talk more about fast fashion later on in the presentation. But an overview of my pitch today. I will begin with introducing my newly founded business, Mugs and Bikinis, followed by addressing the problems and current issues with selling platforms. Then I will pitch the Curated Marketplace, a community sales platform. Here I will talk a little bit more about my business model, and then I'll talk about the why now, focusing on explaining fast fashion, what fast fashion is, how it's impacting clothing resales, and handmade artisans, or artisans that make handmade goods. And of course, I can't forget to talk about some of the root causes of fast fashion too, but we'll focus on that later on. I do want to give like a PG warning because there is some bikini content in the next slide. So there it is. This is me, and this is some of my work that I do. I try to keep it as PG-13 as possible for purposes of live streaming and whatnot. But yeah, mugs, handmade mugs, plus sustainable fashion, my bikinis, kind of ultimately equaled in this business called Mugs and Bikinis. So Mugs and Bikinis is a handmade business combining two of my favorite art mediums, hand-thrown pottery and sustainably crafted fashion, slow fashion that is. I offer one-of-a-kind ceramic mugs, handmade to order bikinis. I also have customizable options, upcycled clothing, and other handmade pieces meant to blend my passion for creativity and environmental responsibility as well. So to start by addressing some of the seller and buyer issues with the current reselling platforms, some of the most popular platforms, and I use these platforms myself, are going to include Poshmark, Etsy, eBay, Depop, Facebook Marketplace. You guys have all probably heard about one of these platforms. Hopefully, maybe you guys have experience on either buying or selling on one of these platforms, because that's what I'm going to be talking about next, are the seller and buyer issues. So I am a seller. I started selling on Poshmark over 4 years ago. I gained 30,000 followers almost, and I have hundreds of successful sales. But as a seller, I have experienced shipping challenges, meaning a lot of different things actually. Customer disputes. It's very easy for customers to dispute any issue that they have, which is very important, but that often there's this lack of the seller customer service, like the seller service rather than the customer service. And that can be, as a seller, losing money if something minor goes wrong. There's a lot of chargebacks for those types of things. There are lowball offers. The algorithm visibility is kind of a struggle for people like me who are starting to begin to make my own clothing and to sell these artisan crafts rather than fast fashion that I'm trying to get rid of, which we'll talk about later.
We also have scams, so taking any offer that is outside of the platform could lead you to possibly being scammed. And then there are some of time consumption as well. There are some buyer issues as well. A lot of these pieces are hand selected, and some people can source them from thrift stores, a lot of different ways. Old clothes that you just don't want anymore, but sometimes they can be overpriced. You're also at risk of scams and counterfeits if you're into designer goods. Then there is slow shipping, no tracking. There's a lot of returns sometimes, or it's hard to return things if you're a buyer and you want to. But the curated marketplace, I'd like to address the problem, The curated marketplace is an intentional marketplace outlet that uplifts the exposure and sales of slow fashion and handmade goods, prioritizing the ethics, quality, and community over these trends and profits. So although I've been working really hard on starting my business, Mugs and Bikinis, I've learned through my experiences on Shopify, Depop, Poshmark, that it's kind of hard to get my art or my crafted goods to be seen as much as I would, because these platforms are meant for clothes, and then the other ones like Etsy and eBay, they can also just be extremely competitive. There isn't really like this community aspect that we were kind of mentioning earlier. So the curated marketplace, TCM short for curated marketplace, is going to focus on consumer. That way that people who are coming onto this platform can easily direct themselves to what they are looking for. I also want to prioritize engagement with both the sellers and the buyers. I want this platform to navigate, and engagement is something that I would like to invest some time in. Visibility in a crowded online market. So in this market, a lot of people can struggle with visibility, so having a curated marketplace with a limited amount of sellers would allow these people's art and work to be visible. And you would have to apply to join. I want to focus on trust, quality, and connection. Going back to Mugs and Bikinis, I'm going to focus a little bit on kind of what I've been doing for my personal business and how I could use this as an example for the curated marketplace. So Mugs and Bikinis, like I mentioned, is a handmade business combining hand-grown pottery and sustainably crafted slow fashion. Some of my priorities are focusing on the sustainably sourced fabric. I like to have fun with my custom designs. I have made-to-order options. It is slowly made, slow fashion, and handmade. And if I were using this as an example, TCM, I'm an artist, I'm not the founder of TCM, but I want to apply. I would apply as an artist. I would submit a portfolio of my work and kind of make a little bit of a proposal. I would have a guideline for that proposal. And then the would ultimately only accept that artist as a seller if they think that they can help them and provide more opportunity for success in a successful small business. So I do want to talk a little bit about the why now. Sorry about that. So in competing against a world of capitalism and mass production and fast fashion, the curated marketplace provides outlets for the exposure and sales of artisans to sell the handmade products. Here's this is a diagram of fast fashion explaining what it is and some of the impacts that it can have. And I would love to more about how fast fashion impacts, again, the saturation and visibility of media. I do want to make sure I get through the rest of my slides. This is a market analysis. This chart is a pie chart kind of explaining the curated marketplace size breakdown. So I do want to make sure that I emphasize that this retail is a $50 billion industry. There are other businesses other than the ones that I have mentioned that are just a little bit too luxury for what I'm trying to do. But this market is going to sorry about that. It's marketed towards people who value ethically made, unique, and aesthetically pleased products. I do have a little bit of a breakdown of both my small business and the curated marketplace business and kind of where products are coming from. I do want to bring your attention to the TCM. I'd be charging 3% processing fee per sale that goes through the curated marketplace. And there would also be, this is a team model, you can look at it as I'm explaining, but for the next steps, I am actually going to be taking these next steps for myself and my small business by doing pop-up shops, and I'm hoping to promote not only my small business, but also trying to find people to build this community with me. So here's a little graphic of my Mugs and Bikinis pop-up shop, but ultimately I'd be also trying to build this community. Thank you.
So have you started on the platform itself yet? What's the next step?
I've started on the Mugs and Bikinis platform. I'm using Shopify to build an e-commerce platform. This is all part of my independent study. And I also have bought the domain Mugs and Bikinis. I'm trying to establish a social media presence, but I've been making a lot of videos on my main account. So I just want to bring those all to the website, and also the social media is a big important part because that's where I'm going to be driving a lot of traffic to the website, mine and hopefully TCM's one day.
Yeah. So going up against the Poshmark and seeing that, I think it's a good idea that you have the apply as a joint situation. You know, it's a special community definition of that, and you're going to draw more people to fit that.
I appreciate that, and I definitely took Etsy into strong consideration when kind of coming up with the proposal for this new platform idea. And Etsy is probably the closest model to mine, and even being able to have a partnership or collaborate with them or something would be really cool to have this idea to show them, hey, you could have a curated marketplace or just doing it. So.
Yeah, I mean, I've shopped on some of those sites, also sold things on them. So I totally understand the need for something that is more curated and specific, because I kind of look at this as like what Etsy used to be, when it was people joined and they were hand making things, as opposed to, you know, what it is now with any business being able to be on the Etsy platform. And same with Poshmark. It used to just be individuals selling things, and now it's a lot of spam and things like that. And they just increased their shipping prices.
Yeah.
So I think that there is a need for this in terms of the curated marketplace and keeping it so that way. I love the slow fashion. And I think that there is a focus on moving toward slow fashion as people are becoming more aware of the impacts of fast fashion on the environment. So I can see this, like, the market kind of taking a bit of a turn. I think as the economy changes, people will also turn more toward products and things that last longer. So they're going to go more toward quality and supporting individuals. So I can see the market need for it. The vetting process, I think, is what will differentiate, right? That's the key part, is making sure that you're inviting the right people or accepting the right people onto the platform.
Yes, and I really love that you have mentioned your experiences with Poshmark and how that platform was completely different in the past. I was a top seller, like the top 1 or 5% or something, and in the beginning, when I did this in high school, I had great success, and as it gained more popularity, my sales pivoted. So like you mentioned, having this apply to join, and I would want to make sure that I'm getting my consumers and the people who are interested in buying these goods what they want. So being able to have a variety of different artists who make things for the whole family and whoever wants them.
Yeah. The other thing that you mentioned too is about searchability, right? So you can't, if you go into Google and you search, you're not necessarily going to find those independent sellers or the handmade goods or the artisans who are creating these products. So I think that providing a way for people to find them in mass as opposed to individually, right? So like you can promote your Instagram account all you want, but the curated marketplace part of your sell could be that you're also promoting those individuals, and that is the place where people can go when they're thinking, I want to buy from individuals, or I want to buy handcrafted goods, as opposed to searching for them, which they're never going to find all these small businesses because of.
I really appreciate your emphasis and focus on SEO's search engine
Optimization.
And how that impacts small businesses right now in a world where e-commerce platforms and Shopify websites are kind of taking over. So, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so I think if you go with your mugs and bikinis, you build that out, you are creating a name for yourself, you're building community, you're finding partners, and you also build this curated marketplace, you'll be able to start to invite those people into your platform and then start to build that critical something that's really great. And it could essentially, you can market it as like the anti-Poshmark, the anti-Etsy, because it is the opposite, and it's what brought everyone to the platform in the beginning anyway, right?
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, so I think you have some ways to go to build this out, kind of streamline, focus, make sure that you're focused on one or the other, and then you kind of promote that one. Like if you start with mugs and bikinis, really promote that, make it very successful, and at the same time, you can be building the curated marketplace, and then roll that out to, when you get there, when you're ready for it.
Mugs and bikinis is something that I'm almost completely bounded, or I don't know how to kind of explain myself in that sense, but Mugs and Bikinis is established. And moving forward, going into post-graduation after college, I have a strong priority to go to these vintage markets and artist sales to then build a community and start promoting the curated marketplace.
Oh, good. Okay, so you have a good path forward, so that's great. Good job.
Thank you so much.
Wait,
I'm sorry.
One more.
I really don't have
Bravo.
much of that. Jen covered pretty much everything I was gonna cover. It's funny, my daughter over the past story has kind of changed her whole mindset about trying to shop for very inexpensive because she got scammed on a couple things. And what we found is my daughter and my wife are both artists, so we love certain things. Like I actually like things that are made here, like we like shoes and stuff like that. And we'd rather find a good deal of something that's made locally than someone small that's going to make less profit and supporting them as opposed to buying something overseas. So I think there's a tremendous, and I love your last comment was really saying like we're the opposite of this. So this is what they intended to be. Now they are. It's like you can figure out a way to kind of roll with that.
Thank you.
It's good.
Good job.
Thank you so much.
These are cute.
Thank you. Just one question.
Okay, keeping the sustainability theme, we'd like to invite Evergreen up to the podium.
Good afternoon, everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is Matt Callahan. I'm a junior student athlete here at Science College. I'm pursuing a major in business economics while concentrating in entrepreneurship. Outside the classroom, I'm a member of the men's varsity lacrosse team. I'm one of the co-founders of the Entrepreneurship Club with my buddy Mo right over there. I sit on the board of Versailles SAC, and Smith Plus Scholar, and I'm also part of the Versailles College's Investment Management Fund. Today I'm going to be talking about Evergreen. So first, with any business, we need a problem statement. So my problem statement is starting off that first 15 billion every year. Put that into perspective, every creator sign is just wiped out. Next, the ocean. Obviously, we know tons and tons of plastic are going in. It's actually going to be about 12 million tons of plastic every year. And so from my thinking, how am I going to address this issue without getting my hands dirty? I know everybody wants to help the environment in many ways they can. The problem they find is that a lot of it's fiscal, a lot of it's time consuming. So I wanted to develop a solution that takes care of those issues. Introducing Evergreen. We're a credit card, we're a financial product, environmental sustainability. We're an eco-driven company. We turn your everyday spending into environmental action. And then we use impactful reward programs. Our points that you will generate from using our card are going to go straight to environmental services that you select. And this entails effortless giving. So you get to help the planet, no shovels needed. Our mission, So we want to simply turn spending into environmental impact, get that outreach, kind of help in ways we can. Hassle-free action, again, being able to support the environment without having to do the dirty work, simply by swiping the card. And then combining eco and finance by linking fintech with sustainability. Our values, our core values are going to be sustainability, innovation, and responsibility. We'd like to believe we're a purpose-driven company where every swipe is going to support environmental action and restoration. And our promise to our users is transparent, impactful, and rewarding for all. And at the core of it, we believe that credit cards should do more than transactions, they should drive change. So what we're going to offer to you is a financial tool designed to support our plan. Our main features and points, green points, are going to be the points that you accumulate through swiping the card, and these could be redeemable for tree plantings, charities, cleanups, ocean cleanups, that sort of thing. We have an eco card design that we will offer. It's going to be made from recycled plastic or bamboo, your choice. So the way I like to envision it is everybody's at the dinner table, all dropping down their metal cards, you pull out your bamboo, where do you get that from? So a little bit of marketing through that. And then our app tracking feature. This is going to allow you to visualize your impact through different causes that you can send those points to. So as you can see, the simple way it goes, you swipe the card, you're going to earn your points, choose your impact through the app. We do our part by allocating some of our revenue to those organizations, and you get to track your impact and then share and inspire. It's saying perks, you're going to enjoy, collaborate with. That's going to be a big part of our marketing strategy, is partnering with eco-sustainability firms who people are very interested in, like ESG obligations, things of that matter. So general mock-up, this is what the app would look like with your impact tracking, showing you how many trees you're planting, carbon offset, and the initiatives that you're funding. And then these are two card designs, the one made by recycled plastic, and then the bamboo card we offer. Moving into market analysis. So our card is designed for eco-conscious consumers who want their financial choice, commitment to sustainability. I have an uncle, he has like 4 different credit cards, all with different perk options, flight, travels. So for the consumer who wants to make an impact on the environment, especially people holding numerous cards, they can simply take our card and just add that to their collection. So target users, eco-conscious consumers, millennials and Gen Z have been known to invest a lot in eco-conscious products, branding, a lot of stuff that goes towards the environment. And then our demand insight, there's a rising interest in sustainable finance. As you can see from our chart, this is from 2013 to 2023, over 100% increases on all areas. Products, brands, sustainable products, all things like that. And then purposeful spending. Our users want rewards that are going to align with their values. Now moving on to our differentiator. So other cards offer things like this. They're going to they're going to help the environment. Ours is a direct impact. Unlike other cards, we go straight to sustainability efforts. We don't provide any additional points or perks. Well, not perks, but User control, it's going to offer transparent tracking. So instead of just having a card that sends to wherever that the company picks, you are allowed to pick where you want your money to go to. Or like marine, you can send it to cleaning the ocean. If you want to plant more trees, you have the ability to do that. We are mission driven. We're a fully integrated system built entirely around environmental impact. That is our staple. So now moving on to our revenue and cost structure. How's this all going to work? Obviously, interchange fees per transaction when you swipe the card. That's going to help us generate some revenue. Annual membership fees. It's going to have tiered plans with increasing benefits. The first plan is going to be your standard eco rewards and tracking. Premium plan, you're going to get faster rewards. You're going to allow yourself to allocate those to more causes. And you're going to be able to benefit from exclusive sustainability perks. And then the VIP plan with VIP benefits, eco-friendly, some partner discounts that we will collaborate with. There we go. Moving on to strategic partnerships. You're going to be able to experience exclusive deals with these companies that share the same mission as we are. And some of our next steps looking to tackle some of the big companies. Patagonia, Johnson & Johnson, Starbucks, all have a big share in their company when it comes to ESG and supporting the environment. So as a company, if we can collaborate with them, users can get perks, discounts, while all making the world a better place. So how's this all going to cost? Acquisition, how's that look like? We got to leverage social media, do some different sorts of marketing. Environmental contributions, like I said, we're going to allocate part of our revenue to the initiatives. So we need folks. And then obviously making sure there's fraud protection, no legal issues. For our marketing, this is a mock-up of maybe what our Instagram ads would look like, something of that sort. So we plan to use digital marketing mostly to attract that client base that we want, the millennial and the Gen Z. But in addition, we're going to use sustainability partnerships, collaborate with eco-friendly brands, which will help us expand our mission. And then event marketing. We plan to sponsor and attend events focus on sustainability, finance, tech, things of that, and receive points, extra perks simply by doing so. As we wrap up our mission, we're more than a credit card, more than a financial product. We're a movement towards responsible consumerism, sustainable banking, and environmental impact. We empower consumers to support sustainability through a credit card that plants trees, cleans the ocean, and funds eco initiatives with every purchase. By combining responsible consumerism, innovative rewards, and transparent impact tracking, Green offers a financial solution that aligns with modern values and drives real change one transaction at a time. Thank you.
So I have two things. So one is, have you given thought about what type of startup costs we need to get this off the ground? So what, just high level ballpark, because I would think you need a pretty decent amount of capital to kind of get this moving.
Right. Yeah, because obviously there's the,
There's a lot.
technology development, that sort of thing. But yeah, that's one of the main costs that would go into it.
So what is it? High level?
Very high level. I don't have an exact number.
Okay. Okay. So the second is, if the credit money to a nonprofit, I don't know how this works, but and it goes to a 503C, does it tax deduction back to the?
No, we would be taking care of it.
Okay. No, meaning the consumer can't write it off of their tax.
Yes.
Yes, they can, or no, they can't?
They can.
They cannot, okay, great, thanks.
I was gonna ask a question because I don't know how the integration goes with like banks, how you work with the banks, like how you create your own, I don't even know how you do that. So I don't quite understand all the challenges that you may encounter in trying to establish a credit card that has like FDIC backing or whatever. So there has to be some sort of safeguards in there if you're touching people's money, right? So I would assume that there has to be a lot of back end work to get to that point.
Correct.
But that aside, I like the concept of it. Good idea. It does help people do something good without, really going out of their way because they're already their credit card. The one thing I thought that was really important that you mentioned a couple slides ago was about partnering with the brands that focus on sustainability. So you talked about Starbucks, Patagonia, Johnson & Johnson. So that right there, the strategic partnerships that would offer exclusive deals with sustainable brands, that is what consumers would be interested in. The other stuff, yes, like great, I can help plant trees. I'm not saying me. These are generalizations. So they would be happy to help the environment, but the main reason why people get credit cards with rewards is because they want something back, not just to feel good. That's about also want something. So if you can create these partnerships with these companies, maybe there's a few others that are added into this, and they get a discount when they shop at Starbucks, a discount at Patagonia, something like that. It has to be significant enough that I, as a consumer, say I see the value in this, especially if there is a yearly membership fee. So for example, like Amex Platinum card, I think it's $695 a year, but you get a lot of different perks that end up outweighing the $700 that you pay up front, right? So the cost benefit analysis has to be there for the consumer. The good feel is part of that for sure, right? So you can factor that into the equation as well. But if you can get those additional perks, I think that's where the real selling point would be. I also did like your very last slide, or before the very last slide, the one that had your mission and your statement in there. The next one. Yeah. So I thought this was very well written and this is good and it articulates exactly the angle that you're trying to come at. I just think you need to have, like you have in there, the innovative rewards, the impact tracking, So like people would love to share how many trees they've helped plant with all the money that they've spent. So I think all of that is really good. It's just getting people to put up the money out front for an annual membership fee and them understanding what the benefit is that they get back for that.
So two things. One is regarding starting an entire farm. So I would recommend, in terms of advisory board, finding some senior VP or higher level people that have been, so whether it's or bank, you know, they're gonna have to navigate through some of that, make sure they're administrating back in the course. And the other is I'd like the bamboo club, you know, like today.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that's
I love bamboo club, that's cool.
I was like, when I go to the beach, I can put it in my pocket and swim out. Cool. Good job.
Let's go, Chad.
Next up, I'd like to invite Atola up to the podium. And by the way, Matt, we do have an alum who sits on the advisory board of the Imagine Center who worked for American Express. So we can connect you up.
This is just what's on the like finances and invoice statements. Hello, my name is Anthony Strelli. I'm a junior finance major and a member of the wrestling team here at Science. Atolo is the Latin phrase for rise above, and that's the core philosophy we built our brand around. Our brand Atolo produces a top-of-the-line fitness apparel bracelet that's modeled after a weight. People love expressing what they love through what they wear and what they're passionate about. Atolo takes that a step further than most that just produce something like a t-shirt and sweatpants and actually gives you a piece of gym recognizable and can be used as an everyday wearable accessory. So about our brand, it's got authentic details, like it functions the exact same way. It's been engineered to work the same way in small scale as the large scale bracelets do. And that just really creates an authentic experience for serious lifters because strapping it to your wrist is the same feeling you get when you put on your waist before squats. Made out of high quality durable materials like stainless steel and leather. It's as tough as our customers are. Comes in multiple colors, 3 for the first drop, which is pink, gray, and black. And I pride myself on providing a top tier purchasing experience. That means everything from the box, the dust bag it comes in, with the mini screwdriver and the sticker included in the box, have all been thought out. The market is huge. There's a ton of gym brands. The whole 2023 was $257 billion total sold in fitness and athletic-based apparel. We provide a unique product in this market and target the same passionate customer base that's making this possible. So what I've done so far, when I had this idea back in September, I took it to 20 different manufacturers. I found the one that aligned best with our values and our standards that I wanted in my company. And we went forward. Actually, me and Taylor Swift had the same jewelry manufacturer. So once I nailed him down, I got the design done with some 3D printing software I use. It's called Onshape. So I designed that, sent it over to him, and after like 10 or 12 revisions, we got our final ready for market prototype, which is that right there on the small thing. And that's how detailed it really is. It functions. Yeah, play with it. That's the one I've been wearing for about 6 months. So it's a little thing done. Fully size adjustable too, with a little metal screwdriver comes with it. So that is the fully ready for market prototype. And since then, we've had our LLC filed, and we have a 1,000 unit order waiting. So sales so far, over break, being a student athlete during wrestling season, I did not get a lot of time to myself and to work on my brand. However, since September, I've managed to get pretty. I visited 6 locations over winter break during the course of a week. I have 3 confirmed sales totaling 200 units and 2 locations in pending sales right now. So that's a pretty high conversion rate, especially for under a week of trying to sell. And these are retail locations like gyms and supplement shops in the area. And there's a million of these throughout the country. So potential is really big. And in the packets I give you guys is the sample order. So that's the real order that I was putting. How our business works is I place an order with my manufacturer. It takes about a month for the products to get made and 2 weeks to ship. So once I receive my order, I sort and distribute based on color, sizes, and locations. My retail location, that's what I'm really focused on now is my retail, because I need to build capital before I take it online. Because the demand I'm seeing is very big, and the worst thing that could possibly happen is I go online before I'm ready, and I get my inventory not up to par, and I'm just not ready to meet the demand, and I lose out on potential sales. So after my 1,000-unit order comes in, which I'm waiting on, I will have $13,000 in capital, and that's enough to go online to purchase a 2,000-unit order, which is where I'm confident the online sales, like 2,000 unit stock would probably be good for online for the first ordering period. So here's a closer look at my finances and margins. I have a retail profit margin of 53.54% and an online sales profit margin of 68.9%. This gives me, like I said before, a projection of my first order selling out to around to 13 grand in gross, and I'll be netting just under 7. So what that means is I'll take that total money I made gross and put it back into the next order to get ready for online. We have eight payment periods throughout the year because it takes a month and a half, so there's 8 reordering periods per year. And so essentially how I want to set it up is to where I scale each time, reinvesting all the money until I find my equilibrium point, to where I'm not left with overstock material and I'm not selling out. So once I get my equilibrium stock, it'll be smooth sailing from there. So in terms of online, how I'm going to sell is I need my marketing to have a consistent tone and feel. As you can see, the brand has a Roman-centric aesthetic going on. I've been a Latin student through high school and college, and when I think of like strength and self-improvement, I really do think of like the ancient Roman aesthetics. You know, who does not want to look like those marble chisel statues? So we're going to focus on that. I think needs to be cohesive in terms of the stuff we put out organically and paid, but a big marketing tactic that we're going to use is affiliate marketing. It's a great strategy because you don't need to put any money up front. You establish affiliates, which are people who have social media influence, are whose viewers you think would like your product. You give they self-promote, earning a commission per unit sold with their link. So they only get paid once they sell one of your items, which is great because it motivates them to sell, and it's no upfront cost. Another thing we want to focus on is brand collaboration. So Atolo X Gym Reapers is an example of a brand we like to collaborate with. They make the larger scale version of the belts. So something you could do is for them to get leverage over competition like Rogue, another company that makes these. You could say every order of this, you get included like a mini one. So this is the standard way the belt looks. Every company, no one has like a patent on this design. Every company makes a lever belt like that makes lifting. You can't really go into the gym nowadays without seeing one of them. So there's no specific brand I would have to work with if I wanted to collaborate. Another thing I'll be doing is attending fitness expo events, which is just setting up a tent and really getting on like the ground floor of my business. So why Atolo? We provide a unique product in a growing market with a passionate consumer base. We have strong profit margins and a scalable business model with a bulletproof marketing strategy. So join us as we rise above and redefine what it means to wear your passion.
Can you go through, I know it's in here a little bit, and it was in your other portion. Yes, this, thanks. How did you know I was gonna say that?
Just a table top.
Yes, so your cost right now per product to make it, is that $622?
Yeah, $622 if I'm selling online, which they have a stronger profit margin online. I essentially double my money retail and online.
Okay.
So what I get is I split the profit pretty much 50-50 with my retail locations, but they pay that upfront to me with their team. And then online I sell them for 20. So the retail location is selling them out the door for 20 to their customers.
Okay.
So we're charging the same amount. And it's a little more when I sell online because there's a label, a bubble mailer, retail. It's just me dropping them.
Okay, got it. So I feel like your profit margins are pretty good in terms of how you built that out. I had one question about the products, which I think is adorable. You don't have any branding on this. Have you thought about that? And if so, how might that impact your margin, your profit margin?
Well, branding is no additional charge. And branding is something that I was really cautious about in the beginning. Everything else is branded. That's why we do the bag, the box, everything. Because if people buy this, they want to be a reflection of what they own already. You know what I mean? Like, they don't want to see a huge brand. You know, they're not wearing that. They're wearing this with the idea that it's a representation of something they love. So there can be branding on it. You know, it's very easy because my manufacturer, I talk to him pretty much every day. So I can, it's a drop of a dime. I can put a logo on the back or even the metal part. But I just really want it to be a reflection of the person wearing it, not really the brand on the bracelet itself.
I kind of thought, so I love that you're like trying to preserve the design of the products and not like putting crazy logos on it because people don't love that anyway. My thought was putting maybe like metallic print on the inside, just the name of the company, so that way if someone does see it, they're like, oh, who made this? And they can't find the information, right? So that would be good for like if someone gets it and as a gift and then they had it, it's a reminder as to what the brand is. Or even you had on there like your slogan as we rise, right?
Yeah, rise above.
Oh, rise above,
Yeah.
sorry. Rise above. So like even having that on the inside, which is like partly that motivation thing, which would likely apply to your target audience for that. But I think it's great and it's a very cool design. And the fact that you've gotten your profit margin to be where it is, I think is a really good start here.
Thank you.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah, it's really high quality. So it's a you're confident the manufacturing can scale. If you, now you're already at 1,000 and you're at 2,000, so that's a good sign. What happens if it gets to 50,000, 60,000?
Yeah, they're definitely capable of scaling. The lead times are really because like they dedicate X amount of, and this was explained to me early on, they dedicate X amount of workers per project based on the size of the order. So they all take a month, no matter how big the order is really. So he's got it set up to where like larger companies, because they did like the Olympic Omega merch, like Omega watches, they make the merchandise that aren't watches, so like the keychains, everything. So they do like huge projects. But yeah, they're totally capable. It'll all be around the month.
Well, it's excellent. You're off to a great start. Just
Thank
you.
So your margins are awesome. I mean, they're great. That's where you want to be, especially for this type of product. What I said earlier kind of applies this too, is as you go through this process, businesses often start with a product and turn into a business, right? This is a product that is a business, but could turn into more of a business, right? So I challenge you to actually think about branding on the product, because in the long run, if you build the brand as you expand in other things, like the brand is going to be part of it. I hear what you're saying, but I actually think if you could build the brand exactly how you're describing it, where if I wear it, I feel that way, I think you might be better off in the long run. And it could be We Rise, something like that, where it's something like that, not necessarily the company, but nice work.
Thank you. Yeah, that's definitely the goal, is to build the brand. It was just, bracelet alone was something I considered, but everything else is very hyper focused on branding. Like our website, our Instagram, our TikToks and stuff that we have like drafted up. Everything looks similar to this, like the picture we took. Everything's got our logo all over, because we do want to transition into stuff like supplements and apparel, which is great. But
Can you go to the next one just for a second again? Yeah. Yep. Like I love the design of the box and everything like that. You mentioned that you wanted to pay close attention to like how it's received, and I think that is such a good thing it reflects what you're trying to get across, is what I'm saying.
thank you. We want them to feel good about spending money there. It comes with a little screwdriver too, fully size adjustable.
Yeah, which is awesome. Cool. Good job.
Okay, next up, I'd like to invite Art 316 up to the podium.
welcome. Hello, everyone. My name is Gabriel Vlasic. I'm a sophomore here at Ursinus College. Today, I want to tell you a little bit about my company, Art316, and my plan to expand it. Now, before I tell you about my company, there's one crucial key individual to know about. He's essential to my business operation, and his name is Debo. If you don't know him, you probably don't go to Ursinus College. Yeah, he's very popular. He's a widely popular Christian musician that actually specializes in, of all genres, rap music. Now, it's very unique. You don't see a lot of Christian rappers nowadays. But I assure you, he's built a community at Ursinus centered around him and his brand. Everybody knows him, everybody loves him. He's got the fans, he's got the music, and he has the energy. But there's one thing that he doesn't have, and that is merchandise. Absolutely. So, while I claim ownership of this company today, it was actually started by my father over a decade ago. He had the idea to design, manufacture, and sell regular Christian t-shirts. And while he doesn't do it today, I've decided to resurrect the company, pun intended. But instead of, I'm no artist, but we're focusing on just solely expanding the D-Bone brand. So that's really what we do. I make t-shirts. So if I'm making t-shirts, who am I going to sell them to? Well, our biggest sale or demographic is Ursinus students and alumni. They have purchased the most sales by far, and we're also marketing to friends and family. Now, this is an idea. So D-Bone, he's not going to be here forever. He's going to eventually graduate. So we're going to start expanding to restaurants, pubs, anywhere we can get a gig, perform, and also sell t-shirts in the back. And specifically churches, because I don't know how many traditional pastors nowadays are exactly open to the idea of having your average rap artist perform a song in there. But I think they're willing to be a lot more open to Debo. And I've spoken with my pastor, he's very open to the idea. So it's definitely within the realm of possibility. So market analysis. Really, we're just trying to find out, will people actually buy these? It's really quite simple. All we did was, my friends and I, we went around campus, just asked basic questions like, would you buy a D-Bone t-shirt? And how much are you willing to pay? We actually found out that demand was through the roof, quite healthy. And we even were able to settle on a price, $15.99, 16 bucks. So we're really good, really good. So we know who we're selling to, and we know who wants to buy them. We just need the shirts. So cost and production. Now, over a decade ago, when my father first started the company, he had like the embroidery machine, the printing press, all the works. I don't have that, it's very expensive, and I don't know how to do it. So I have to rely on external sources for printing companies for production. So I looked online, I found things like custom ink, really cool, but there are shipping fees. And actually, I ended up finding a student here, Ben Factor, who runs Factor Ventures, a local printing press company, that actually gave me better deals and more products. So as you can see, so far we've sold a lot of t-shirts, but we're diversifying our product catalog with keychains, blankets, water bottles, and more. So very exciting. So we have the shirts, we just gotta figure out how and where to sell them. We made our first sale at the Bear Bazaar. So if you don't know what that is, it's basically a UC event where students can open up a table, sell their goods, sell their products, and that's him up in the corner selling t-shirts we have a fun wheel over there. It's really cool. But we didn't start profiting until the following night, where we sent D-Bone out with a backpack full of t-shirts, and he went from party to party, late night parties or registered events, and he was selling t-shirts like crazy. This is actually a screenshot from my phone. You can see at 12:46 in the morning, this person paid you $16 for a t-shirt. $16 for a t-shirt. It was just going off like crazy. So that was, little dopamine spikes. I really like that. But of course, not going to be here forever. So he's going to need to sell at concerts like pubs, eateries, churches, and of course the senior send-off concert that's coming up
Recently, we just made a huge order, I believe, 30 more shirts to sell at this big final last hurrah. But really, we're banking on student nostalgia here. Everybody wants a memento to bring home, to remember the amazing college experience that D-Bone has given them. And of course, lastly, our website. It's in the works right now. My manufacturer is actually helping me out with this, but we want to reach out to the international market. So everywhere around the world, you can get your favorite D-Bone product. Here are our financials. So right here, we have $914 invested in the business. We purchased 89 shirts, and so far, we've sold 43. These are great numbers. From our 43 sold, we have actually profited a whole bunch. Now, our profit right there is from reinvesting into our business. As you can see with our last order, we bought 30 shirts. So we profited, now we're reinvesting into the business for the senior send-off concert. And hypothetically, if we sold all of our shirts right now, we have an inventory, 42, a 67% return on investment, which is, to be honest, a lot better than what the stock market is giving us right now. So, quick conclusion, I have an established business model. I've designed the t-shirts, and I send those designs to my supplier, Ben, who manufactures them and gives them to D-Bone, who sells them to consumers like my roommate right here, who is happily supporting his favorite artist, D-Bone. We plan to digitalize, expand to local markets, and diversify our product catalog with the items you see right there. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions?
So I have a question, so it's kind of like you kept this, so D-Bone is the brand.
Yes.
Trying to drive apparel sales.
We're doing.
But you're also looking at apparel sales drive the brand, right? Is that the idea?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
So, so we're talking about, so you've got all the outlets you have selling your merch.
Sure.
Primarily around the campus and outlets that know the brand as it is, right?
Yes.
So you've got to grow the D-Bone brand.
Yes.
In order to sell other apparel items, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I would say, some of this I see is I would put more focus. So I think as you focus on growing the D-Bone brand through various channels, the shirts will come. Am I saying that right?
Yeah,
Yes?
yeah.
Yeah. So so I almost feel like you're focusing more on the apparel as opposed to focus on more on D-Bone that will eventually drive the apparel, you know what I mean?
Okay, yeah. Okay, no, I understand.
Yeah, but good presentation. Good luck with it.
Thank you so much.
On top of what Rob's saying too, is I feel like t-shirts may be what drove you to do this and the business opportunity. It's almost like you are building though a small promotion company that would support local artists. It's in that particular genre is where you see an opportunity. Because it's not just is what you're talking about. And I think that's what Rob was getting at. It's like you're helping build a
That's much more
brand
eloquent.
and a presence, right? Right. So if you can use this as proof of concept for D-Bone, maybe this is something that you would do for other artists or, other people in some sense. So I feel like you're building something bigger than just.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, this is kind of just starting out, this D-Bone, he's totally take on new clients and build their brands locally, of course. I mean, we're not in the NASDAQ yet, though.
But you can take this whole process and, lift and shift, replicate it, do it for someone else, and building other revenue streams and another way of doing this. But this is like essentially your prototype, building it out for him, and looking at the successes and the financials and all of that.
Yeah, pretty much.
But that's what I was getting from it, was when you said like we make t-shirts, I got more than just we make t-shirts. So, good job. Thank you so much.
Along with all the products that you have here, the brand that you know, you also have a direct connection to the artists in terms of, that artists used to sit there and listen to CD. And you get streaming piece. Somehow promote them after the concert. some, arrangement that they really accomplish, that the people really like the music and they keep it. So, some connection to a streaming service that they're using for subscription.
Yeah, no, we got T-Bone on Spotify, YouTube Music, he's on everything, so. Yeah, for sure.
Cool. Good job.
Thank you so much.
And last but not least, we'd like to invite Johns up to the podium.
Hello, my name is Mia Bonpensa. I'm a media and communications major and theater major here at Ursinus College, and I'm the class of 2028. And this is Jounce, Save Your Spikes and Save Your Stride. I'm a member of the track and field team here at Ursinus. I've been doing track since I was in high school, and I've been to my fair share of track and field meets. So if you're not familiar, this is generally what track and field spike looks like. It has the spikes in the front, and it's kind of flat in the back. And these spikes are made specific surfaces, meaning the track. You're not supposed to walk on anything else with it because say you walk on concrete, you're going to dull the spikes and you're going to need to continue to change them out. You're going to have to buy more. And additionally, if you walk through any other sort of surfaces like the mud, it'll get into the crevices and it'll completely destroy your spikes. Something like that happened to me my freshman year of high school. I had a really expensive pair of spikes and I had to jump from event to event really, really fast in a track meet. And because of that, I had to run through the mud in these spikes and it completely destroyed them and I couldn't wear them anymore. And it's impractical to expect track and field athletes who are jumping from event to event all the time, having to run to the bathroom between their jumps, having to go back to team camp every once in a while. There are so many different surfaces in a track meet that you're going to encounter. So what happens at every track meet without fail is people end up walking on their heels across all these different surfaces. And that's because they don't want to destroy their spikes. And that's very straining on your calves, very inconvenient. And so I was talking with a lot of the members of my track and field team here at Ursinus, and we were thinking, wouldn't it be so convenient if we just had a spike cover to put on our spikes when we need to just kind of lounge around the meet or go anywhere? And people who skate, they have skate covers when they go off the ice. Why can't we have the same for a track and field spike? And this is just an expansion on saying they do the duck walk, which is when you walk on your heels. So what is our purpose? To offer all track and field athletes an opportunity to work toward their goals without limiting themselves. We strive to provide a simple and easy product that allows track athletes to save time and protect their bodies all the way to the finish line. So this is the idea for Jounce. This was kind of a drawing that I made for it. It's lightweight, it's efficient, and it covers your spikes. It conforms to the sole bit. I have a prototype here. So basically what you do is you just step into it, and you pull back the strap, and then it's covered right there. It's small and squishy. They're easy to fit into your spike or track bag, and there's enough of a cushion to cover the spikes, but it's very thin and it can be taken on and off very easily. So our prototype has four stacked helix-like layers of squishy plastic material, so you kind of box like that. And the layers are different, kind of size holes, so it kind of can cater to any sort of spike variation. There's so many different types of spikes. So when you have the way that it can just step in and kind of go to any sort of spike variation is very, very helpful. And it caters to the curve of the shoe. It's a little bit more comfortable and we're a little bit squishier in the front and flatter in the back. So this is a brand new track solution. There's no there's no product on the market right now like Jounce. Efficient, it's lightweight, you simply step into the padded sole and you're ready to go. So there are already existing spike covers. However, I have been to hundreds of track meets and no one has ever used it. But yet I still have people coming to me all the time saying, I wish that we had this product, which means that it's inaccessible and nobody knows about it. So I did my research on these competitors, and the reason why nobody knows about them is because it's not sold anywhere. And when you go online, it's very, the only one I was actually able to access was one that was based in France, which is Kiana Key One. And it all costs almost $70, which for a track and field athlete, that's almost the same amount as buying your own pair of spikes, which I know no track and field athlete is going to want to pay that much. They may as well just keep taking their shoes on and off for that price. So because of that, there's such a gap in the market, and that means that there is an opportunity for a more affordable and accessible product like Jounce. Additionally, reviewers have complained that products like this don't really cater to the spike sizes very well because it goes around the whole foot, or it's just kind of visually appealing to the eye, but it goes around the whole foot, doesn't cater to the size. So the reason that we designed Jounce was to kind of cater to this gap and make sure that any sort of spike variation or size, you can just step into it, and the elastic band will kind of like, it'll make sure that it'll conform to your spike despite what size it is. And this is more just kind of in depth of our competitive advantages. It's universal fit, small, lightweight, time convenient, and very available. And I'll talk about the pricing in a little. So for the market size, for me, I would say that if there's anybody who has a spike or is in the market for spikes, you're in the market for a spike cover. So in 2023, the track spike market was $18.5 billion, and it's expected to grow in 2031 to $27.3 billion. So that means there's a big opportunity for people who need track spike covers. So from my financial analysis, we would sell these for around $20. This cost me $10 to make. It's a thermoplastic polymer that I made with this, which is kind of basically hot glue that I used, but I custom made this myself, and it really does work. It's very stretchy, and it really does like keep it contained. And so we would sell this for $20, and this would mean that we would be making $10 on each order, or if we were to sell it in bulk orders, we pull it down each of them to $17.50. And then we would be profiting $7.50 on this. So next steps would be refining my prototype. This is something I just made, so I would need to, make sure that it's more refined and start mass producing it, because, we want to get this out to teams. We want people to be promoting this from ambassadors and sponsors. So I think partnering with perhaps a big sporting goods or some local running store that could, potentially have people going there to buy spikes. They're all in the market for track and field spike covers. So partnering with these, I think we'd be able to find a way to manufacture these and get this more kind of mass produced, and then potentially look into getting a patent down the line. So for marketing, we would probably start small, sell at meets, see how it does, see if people like the product. I've talked to several people from the track and field team, and the reason why I created this product was because they all felt that this was something that would be very, very valuable to everybody. And I've talked to people from other schools as well, collegiate athletes, who said that this would be a wonderful product. And then down the line, getting sponsors and ambassadors to kind of promote this on their social medias, and showing that this product actually does work would be very, very valuable for us. And these were just kind of estimates of year 1, year 2, year 3. If we were to, as we grow and promote more, we would get like this amount of revenue. Just a general model. So why Jounce? The future of track is now. Efficiency and comfortability is very important in track and field. Without a spike cover, the spikes will dull. Athletes will have a difficult time getting around on different surfaces. Our product will make this easy to accomplish without the need for a bulky cover. So save your spikes and save your stride with Jounce.
Can you talk a little bit more about how you made the prototype?
Yeah, so basically what I did was I made it out of hot glue, and I had 4 different kind of like panels that I made, just flat layers, and in between each of the layers in the front, I put kind of like a thicker kind of line in it so that it would be more squishy in the front. And there's 4 of them stacked on top of each other, and in the front it's a little bit more like covered so that it doesn't move. And then I just kind of threaded an elastic band through it, and that was it.
Yeah, well, I like that when you showed the competition, and immediate thing I thought was, we all like to make sure things look nice, right? So like the one was pretty ugly.
Yes,
no one wants to put that on their feet. And then the other part was the other one that was on the right was the full length, which you kind of talked about how problematic that is.
Yeah.
And in my head, I thought, oh, that means you have to have the exact size, or else it's not going to fit.
Exactly.
So I like that you've taken or that you probably created this before you even saw those, but you definitely are filling in the gaps of where those products kind of miss the market.
Yeah, definitely. That was something that I really did take into account, because when I again, like I said, most people don't know that there are actually spike covers out there because they're just so inaccessible. Nobody even knows that. Like, they're not sold at like a Dick's Sporting Goods where you're gonna buy your spikes, meaning like nobody knows that they're out there and nobody uses them at track and field meets. So when I looked into it and I was thinking design this, I looked what there already was, which I didn't know there was anything out there. But in looking at it and looking at the reviews and what kind of their qualms with it were, I just designed it specifically to fit the gap in the market.
Yeah, well, and I like that it's neutral now. You can obviously do like colors as you get into it.
Exactly.
And I mean, I ran track for a hot second, so I totally understand the issue with wearing them and not wanting to mess them up, because as soon as you track.
Yeah, and a big thing for me as well was like, again, the prototype, but the look of it as well, like having big and bulky, just having something that's simple and you can just slide on the front of it. You can't really see it that well. Like, I'm a pole vaulter, so I'm constantly waiting around in between jumps, having to go different places. So I always think having just a product like this, like sometimes I'll be crossing a different surface and my parents are like, well, you should have just had the spike cover. And I was like, okay, well, here we go.
There's one other thing I would say to maybe think about, which is just if there's a way to make them be together. I don't know how to say it, but like, because if you throw them off, right, you take them off to go do your event.
Yes.
Is there a way to make them stay together so that way you don't lose one?
Yeah, I definitely could do. I could get like even just like some sort of band to keep them together.
Yeah, like something that would just be attached already, and again, making it very simple, because I like that it's already very simple. You slide it on, you put it around your heel, and you're good to go. Right?
Yeah, simplicity was definitely the thing that I was most thinking about, because again, the goal is to be efficient and reliable, and keeping it efficient, because you're at a meet, you have to keep throwing things on and off, you're running around, like things can get super chaotic at track and field meets, so keeping it really lightweight and efficient, something you could just throw in your bag if you need to do, that was kind of mainly what I wanted to do.
Yeah, it's great though. I thought your presentation was good, and
thank you.
The products looks great, and there's definitely a need for it, so good job.
Thank you.
Along those lines, that's exactly what I was thinking was, it's almost like getting something as a zipper on the top, something that's easier in and out, not a zipper like this, but something you just zip, drop in, says, has the name of the product on it, so there's branding.
Yeah.
Well, you just throw them in, zip it up, and chuck it, so they stay together, because they're gonna get lost, right?
Yes.
But it helps reinforce the brand, build that into your price. I would also think about the difference between, when you look at retail price, look at what full retail is, and look at what it would be if you sold through a distributor, right?
Yes.
And I think you have to differentiate between those, because they're all gonna be, if it does well, there's direct to consumer, but you're also gonna go through a Dick's or something.
Yes.
You have to maintain that margin, and they're gonna beat you up for a good, so. You gotta just think about that.
Definitely.
At least presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, it really serves not that need. I want thought in the future of having maybe a couple of different levels, like what, depending on even price point or how many people are use them.
Yeah, definitely.
And I don't want to be like a 3-pack that might wear out really quickly, but maybe that one is a step up, that is a little bit better material somehow. Or something.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's always like ways that you can kind of like vary it, and like there's so many different types of track and field spikes too. Like, it's kind of the same, but like if you wanted to like personalize it, or there's just so many opportunities to kind of expand upon it. And also, not just track and field spikes, but there's so many other forms of spikes too. There's soccer spikes. I was talking to my uncle, he's a professional golfer, and he was like, well, what if we had this for golf shoes as well? So there's an opportunity, and I really think there's an opportunity in so many different areas for a product like this.
You can make it for my son's baseball cleats, so you can stop bringing dirt into
Exactly,
my car. That'd
yeah.
be great.
Yes, exactly.
Good job.
Well, this concludes the student presentation portion of Bear Innovation. I want to congratulate and thank all of you for putting in such great work and making this a really fierce competition. I feel like the judges are going to have a really difficult time. I'd like to invite everybody out to lunch. We'll go to lunch out in the atrium of the right out here in the Innovation and Discovery Center. We'll come back in here at 5 after 2, where we will be, where we're going to hear from Katie Tuber, who is an Ursinus alum, graduated in 2009, and probably hasn't been in this building yet, have you, Katie? Okay, so welcome. And we're going to hear from Katie. Katie works in the Innovation Center called the Universal Lift, or the Lift Lab at Comcast down in Philadelphia. So we're happy to have her, and she's going to share her insights on innovation. So please go out, mingle, enjoy yourselves, have some lunch, and we'll see you back in here at 5 after 2. Feel free to.
By the way, I've been in touch with Sierra.
Yeah.
And, well, there's a.
Oh, yeah.
Put me in touch with, Therese. So, this is started. Cool. But, yeah, I mean, it'll be a time crunch, but hopefully we can. Yeah, we'll figure it out. So, yeah. I just wanna let you know.
All right, I appreciate that.
So,
Thank
you.
Yeah, I gotta go.
It's a set.
So, thank you.
All right, well, it was nice to see you.
Yes, good to see you too, yeah.
See you later.
Yeah.
Will you stick around?
Yeah.
Let's get it.
It's like, literally, it's like an invasion. Hi, Katie. Nice to meet you. Hi, I'm Robin. Nice to meet you. I'm excited to do that. I haven't been back from that, so it's no. It seems like yesterday, but it's really coming up. It's been a while. Yeah, I feel like. You know, so much has changed, but so much has remained the same, which is nice. You walk around and you're like, wow, it really does feel like I just went here. But so much nice, beautiful new buildings and so much nice development. So, awesome job.
Did you check out Lower Wismar yet?
I have not.
You gotta see that.
But I was a little shocked to see Kegwin because I was in Boston.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow, look at this. I mean, I didn't know that they had done it. My friends had mentioned it when they came back from homecoming, and I was like, oh my goodness.
Seeing your face.
Yeah, I was like, wow, that looks great. I will have to check out Lower Wismar. Is it completely different?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's nothing like you remember.
Yeah. I'll do a walk around. Check it.
Did you live in Kegwin?
I did not. I lived in Rhineford. I lived in this home, and then I lived at W6, so downstairs a little bit. I have my husband's and I mean, half my family lived here because somebody married somebody. So we're so for sure, we have a lot of Ursinus connections.
Yeah, then please have some lunch, and we'll look forward to getting you connected up here.
Yeah. I don't think, we don't have a dongle. Okay, let me see if this connects to my laptop quick, and if not, we'll just pull up my PDF.
Okay. We're gonna go pick up my kiddo, but I'm glad I was able to see you.
Thank you so much for coming.
We were just talking about the next step incubator.
Exciting stuff.
It's a wide range of students. But all stuff that I'm like, you know, when we see I mean, at least you do that, so it's put down and.
Wow. So I guess the PDF will work, and I can just kind of.
But, you have 5 fractions. And you could see the university in terms of
So,
You too.
This works.
Oh, figured it out.
All right, I think we're good. Okay. The only thing I don't think I'll be able to do is probably this guy, but that's okay.
Oh, you don't have a USB on there?
Yeah, I don't think the US, because that's what usually is the dongle, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I can just.
I'm actually really impressed that that has a HDMI on. That's one of the big things that Apple took from us is our HDMI.
Yeah, usually it's always a setup. So
Yeah.
I'll just do this. Cool. And get out of the PDF and go to the PowerPoint actually.
Oh, yeah, we're nuts. Oh, yeah. Kids all want to bring back. That's awesome. That's awesome.
I know it's been a long day, and I appreciate your patience. The judges are deliberating. I hope you got fortified with some nice Collegeville bakery food. We did something special this time around based on our student recommendation. So I hope you enjoyed that. And without further ado, and introduce Katie Tuber. Katie is a graduate of Ursinus College, 09. She currently works at Comcast NBC Universal Lift Labs, and she's going to share with us her journey and a little bit about what she does and her insights on innovation. So without further ado, Katie, please come up to the podium.
Thank you so much. The clicker was here a second ago. That's it. No, you're good. Before you even start. That's okay. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really honored to be asked to come back. When I went here, this center did not exist. I did not have the opportunity to be a part of the Imagine Center, but I hope that if I had, I would have taken advantage of it like all of you have. This is really an amazing opportunity, and I got the chance to sit in on a lot of the pitches today. So congratulations to everybody that's been involved, and hats off to all the professors and leadership that put this all together. So I think for today's chat, I'm just going to kind of give you a little bit of backstory on myself, tell you a little bit about my journey to Comcast, and then get to the fun part, which is what I do for Comcast. So I work for the Startup Engagement Team, which is called Lift Labs, and I have probably heard about Hunt for the past couple of years in the AI and tech space, so I can talk a little bit to that and to what we look for and how we work and partner with those startups. So a little bit about me. I graduated in 09 from Ursinus with a degree in business economics and a concentration in finance. I had no idea what I wanted to do when I was at Ursinus, no clear direction into what type of career I wanted when I graduated, but I knew that business was kind of a safe bet. You know, I would probably graduate and head towards, like most people in that time, towards an accounting or finance role. So I started in wealth management, but not before I really enjoyed my time here at Ursinus. So I was involved here on campus, like many of you were, and I will say that one of the best things that came out of Ursinus, beyond the academics and the core values that you get from being a student here, was the connections, the friendships that you make here. This picture on the left-hand side, those are Ursinus students on my back day with their families. I am still so close with all of my friends that graduated from here, many of whom married each other or, you know, have started families obviously since. So we're all really close, and we built such amazing relationships throughout our 4 years here, and I'm jealous that you are still all here attending this great school. And now I reside in Maryland with 3 of my little ones and my husband, and I work for Comcast, but I'll tell you how I got there. So throughout my journey, I want you to kind of pay attention to three main things that I think is kind of how helped me get to where I got. And that's building connections. So that's your network, the people that you meet throughout your years, proving your value, and then kind of betting on yourself. So after graduation, I took a job at a wealth management company doing portfolio accounting. Spent a couple years there before I got the opportunity to move over to Comcast. So I've been with Comcast a little over 10 years, and I've had a number of different roles. I did not take a traditional path. I started in the corporate accounting and reporting team as an analyst. I was the only non-CPA on the team, and I was the only one at first. And you would think that the CPA may be at a disadvantage, but I think the reason that I was noticed by my leadership was because most of the people there working side by side were kind of so nervous to make a mistake. They thought that they had to know all of the answers. And in accounting, there is an answer. It's pretty black and white. You're either right or you're wrong. But I kind of took it as an opportunity to understand that I didn't know all the answers. So I made an effort to get to know my leadership. I would ask them questions, make sure that I was driving towards what they were expecting outside of just the debits and credits. So I was thinking more strategically. And so when an opportunity arose to implement a new platform, a new system that we were working with, I raised my hand, I jumped on the project, gave me the opportunity to do some presentations in front of leadership, build a rapport with some individuals that I might not have worked with on a day-to-day. So I took advantage of that. And then after 2 years on this team, I looked around and thought, I do not want to spend my quarter closes, 7 to 7, Saturdays, doing this. For many people, it's awesome. Being an accountant is a great profession and they've become very successful. But for me, it just wasn't what I really thought I wanted to do. So I tried to figure out what was my next move. And I took an opportunity. I saw there was a program within Comcast. So I went into a senior leadership, when he was a VP at the time, office. And I said, hey, there's this program at Comcast, but I need to be nominated for it. Will you write me a letter of recommendation? Will you nominate me? Really love the opportunity. And, he was like, sure, no problem. Let me know what I have to do and I'd be happy to nominate you. So a lot of people that I worked with were like, you just walked in there and did that. And it's like, well, he's a really nice guy. He's always been very friendly. So I think this is a great opportunity and I ended up getting into the program. So a couple hundred people applied and 30 of us got into a program called this ERG mentorship program. And this program was kind of like a side job to your day-to-day. And what that did was you had to take on a capstone project and present it to senior leadership, but you also got set up with a mentor that was on the other side of the business, that someone you didn't work with on a day-to-day, and they helped make connections for you. So they would make an introduction here and there. And what you had to do during that time was set up meetings and go meet people and basically put yourself out there. And I learned after the first two that you can't come empty-handed. You had to come with questions, come prepared, be curious, but also prepare yourself with what do they do in background? What part of the business do they work in? Don't come and just sit there and expect them to fill all that empty space. So that whole year was filled with meeting a lot of people within Comcast, which led me over to be a job on the Xfinity Mobile team. And I was on their strategy team. And Xfinity Mobile was kind of a startup in its own. It was a very small piece of Comcast that was building out their business. We were trying to compete with the Verizons and AT&Ts of the world. So my job there was to own the contract basically and be the middleman between Verizon's wholesale team and Xfinity Mobile and help to navigate our development efforts there. So that developed into this wireless strategy role. So I was sitting on the table with a lot of engineers and we were talking about spectrum analysis and 3.4 gigahertz spectrum and this and that. And I was like, this is all over my head. I was realizing that I was sitting at the table with some of the smartest individuals and thinking like, why am I here? I don't belong here. But then I kind of realized I did belong there, just not the same capacity as the people that were sitting next to me. I wasn't an engineer. I didn't have to prove myself as an engineer, but what I was business development. I was processes. I was able to push forward the projects by bringing the right people together, hitting the deadlines. So from doing that, I met a lot of individuals as well. And that's when I got tapped to be on the LiftLabs team. And I will be forever thankful to my vice president, who is the head of LiftLabs, who took a shot on me, and now I manage the LiftLabs startup engagement team. So Comcast NBCUniversal's LiftLabs team builds partnerships with strategically relevant startups to inform our strategy, impact the ways we work, and transform our products and experiences for not only Comcast, but NBCUniversal and Sky. So Comcast is not just a traditional cable company anymore. We are definitely a tech company. So we have broadband internet, we have home security, we have Xfinity Mobile, we have all types of technology, and then we have NBCUniversal. So think theme parks, news stations, and then we have our partners over the pond at Sky. So to sit in the middle there and partner with all of those individuals by helping to expedite their roadmaps through partnerships with startups. So how do we do this? Our team, we are small but mighty. We sit within strategic development in Comcast, and our job is to be that partner model on the build, buy, partner model. So we go out and we source AI startups. We've been around for 5 years, and they're 6 years now. In the beginning, they were really early stage startups. So I loved hearing all of your ideas today. I love that this is the future of our founders and innovators who we might be meeting in a couple of years. We did used to do pre-seed, some seed companies, but now we're moving on to more enterprise-ready solutions, just purely based off of what we need from the business. So how we source, what are we looking for? That whole network thing comes back into play here. My job is to go out, all the leaders across the organization, and find out what they're working on, what's on their roadmap, what are their goals and priorities for the year, and then I go out and source those companies that can help fill those gaps. So I have hundreds of startups every year all across the world, and we get pitched their ideas, they do their demos, and it's kind of like a Shark Tank-like feel. We ask them a lot of questions, and then if we think they're a good candidate, we make sure that we do a competitive analysis. We go out and we see if there's any other competitors out there that, you know, are similar solutions. We do a little background on their founding team, are they good people to work with? And then we bring them in front of our business leaders and we say, is this the solution you were looking for? And if we get the thumbs up, if everybody thinks the technology's great and integrations could work and they want to test that solution, we invite them into our accelerator programs. And I'll talk to what that looks like in just a second. But the goal of this is basically to then foster a pilot or a POC, and that's where my job really kicks in. I'm the middleman there for launching pilots internally. So last year, I think our team ran about 50 pilots, and then we had a conversion rate that was pretty high, so I was really excited about, which means that our goal is to have long-term partnerships with these startups. So does that mean that we are a customer of theirs? Potentially. Does that mean that we have learnings from each other? Potentially. There's a lot that can come out of that. And then the last portion of this relationship is really delivering insights back into the business. So crazy world out there for AI. There's a lot of new developments. Things are changing every day. Comcast has obviously been in the AI world for many, many years. Anybody here an Xfinity customer and have the remote control? That is technically AI. So we've had it for a long time, but in the back end, we've been using machine learning and AI quite a number of years, as many of the engineers will tell you. We try. So our accelerators, we run them twice a year. We just kicked off one last week, so this is the most exhausting week of my year. I have back-to-back meetings from morning till end, and then we have events every night. So we welcome the companies that joined our accelerator. There were 6 of them this time, and they come in and they meet with the business leaders that are interested in meeting with them. And then we have something called a welcome reception where we invite our whole company, specifically some targeted leadership. So our CTO, our CPO, the head of customer experience, our chief creative officer. Say, okay, Katie, I want to meet with this person, or I want to meet with this team. And then I want this people on my team to meet with them, and here's the use case that we want to explore. And then we start moving and grooving through what those use cases look like. And so we have a 6-7 week program, and it's not your typical accelerator. So most accelerators are focused on still building kind of what you guys are doing here, which is amazing. Thinking about your idea, building a prototype, putting together a business plan, a pitch deck, product market fit. Now what we're doing is more of an enterprise accelerator. So we're basically launching and testing if the solution is viable in Conquest. So there's no equity involvement. Many accelerators do. I actually light bulbs off when the cleats pitch was going on. Dick's Sporting Goods has an accelerator as well. There is an equity involvement, and I know the people that run that one as well. So I'd love to chat with you about that later on. But this one we do not take an equity involvement because there's no really need. These companies have already raised a significant amount of money. But this is basically based off of broader corporate connections and the goal for Comcast to be a customer. So once they come into our accelerator, this is kind of our collaboration model. The goal is similar to what you do. They do a demo, they do a pitch. And then if that all goes well, we start scoping out what the project looks like. So the goal is for them to find a use case that is very applicable to that business leader and then test and prove value. So this middle portion is the boring part, but this is the part that's most valuable to the business leaders because no one wants to get through an enterprise legal and security and privacy review. It takes a lot to get through that, a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of red tape, and that's what our team kind of helps navigate a little bit of. So we can get to the results and sharing these. So that's really fun. Like some of these projects are pretty cool. And I'll touch on some of the companies that are in our portfolio and the type of things we get to work on. So, and I think this is probably one of the most important slides because as you're navigating the next phase in any business development plan, the goal is always to prove your value to whomever you are selling to, right? So whether it's a large enterprise or an individual customer, you need to prove value with your service, your platform, your technology. So we identify the goals and KPIs upfront in this project. And a lot of times, what I noticed early on in this position is that the founders or whomever was giving the pitch from the company would skip over that. They would kind of be so interested in making the sale or getting the business leader hooked on to clearly define what success looked like. And by the end of that term, the business leader could be like, oh, okay, that was great, everything was good. I don't know if I need to move forward. You're kind of in this lull, you're in this middle ground where there's no next steps. You clearly define your KPIs and you're able to, with metrics, show your value, and you're able to do that and communicate that throughout the process of your engagement, then you're keeping your business leaders, you're keeping your customer roped in and aligned, and they're able to then understand and quantify your impact to prove a business case to then be able to pay for your service or your solution and do an MSA. So the goal is to get from pilot to licensing agreement, and it sounds so much easier than it actually is jumping into a big enterprise like Comcast or NBCUniversal. So this is our portfolio. These are all the AI companies that we work with. I'm curious if anyone here recognizes any of these logos or how familiar you all are with some of the new AI companies, but I can touch on a couple of them for you. For instance, Reality Defender has been getting a lot of advertising right now. So they basically they detect AI is being used in images, voice, or text. So if an image comes through and is generated by AI, they're able to detect that. And if you are a customer solution or a customer sales representative and you're getting AI is trying to call to pretend like they're a customer, they can detect that it's an AI and not a real human's voice. And actually, they're able to detect if AI generated a speech or a paper or a quote. So they really are able to detect in all different areas. So they have partnerships with JP Morgan, a lot of the local news stations, and different customer support channels. And then we have companies like Respeecher. So this is a really cool company. They're AI voice platform. So they actually did like Luke Skywalker's voice in the last Star Wars. They've done, I think they've done a couple voices in several movies and a couple of your famous favorite celebrity sports commentators, things like that. So I think they won a Grammy or an Emmy. They are able to produce an AI generated voice based off of, you just give them a script. Or I could record something just by talking into a microphone, and then it comes out, you hear it as if it was a celebrity voice. But then we have the less flashy and less glamorous ones, like Insight Finder, that are making sure that all of our networks, if they can detect if there's an issue in our network, and obviously Comcast has an immense amount of Wi-Fi and broadband networks distributed. So those are things that those type of companies do. And then we have, let's see what else we got up here. Waymark is a cool one. They are a sales enablement tool. So for anyone that's thinking, okay, I have this company, great idea, but I don't have a lot of money to go and build a commercial or build an advertisement, this is a website that you can go up, put in the URL, put in your Facebook page, upload a couple pictures, type in exactly what you want the messaging to be, maybe tell the tone of the voice. If you have a sustainability approach, you can say, I want this to be more sustainability minded. If you have something, another type of messaging that you want to get across, you can select that, and it prompts you, and then within a minute, you have a commercial. And it is a pretty good quality, and they're only getting better. So we use that as a sales advertising enablement tool to show coffee shops, pizza shops, what you can produce without needing a full production budget. Oh, and there they are. So this is what I was just speaking to, and that's Alex. So I spent a lot of time on the phone with all of these founders, a lot of meetings. I'm basically the middleman between all of those companies and then all of the business leaders internally with Comcast. This is another company called Synapse, so it's super cool, but they're a large emotion model. So think about when you go to a website, they're able to understand how you're feeling when you go to that website, and they in real time change the visuals and the language to make you be more engaged with the website and go to the point of sale and purchase something. So if you've historically visited some of the other customers that they have, they understand your purchasing power and they may know, okay, there's Katie, she's a mom of 3, she probably is more likely to pay for something that's inexpensive or going to save her time or do something family oriented or X, Y, and Z. So they will adapt images and things like that to what they think will get me to move through that website or to that purchase. And they're testing a lot of solutions, as you can imagine, with different web and digital platforms and driving type of percentages they increase are like 150% increases to regular market-based advertising and creative. So I thought I would add this in at the very end, and I think I'm coming up to around the time that was allotted, but I, like I mentioned, see so many demos and pitches every year. Some of the things I think are most important to building a business at an early stage would be number 1, build a network. You can't do it alone. Building a small business or being an innovator or an entrepreneur is impossible to do it alone. You have to kind of rely on the friends, family, mentors, champions to not only learn from, but to help make connections and to build your business. And then, but make sure you're solving for a very clear problem statement. If somebody asks you the why behind your business, make sure you can answer the why. And who is your market? Know your competition. A lot of times, someone will ask you, okay, well, I've seen this before, or they'll question you. No more than the person questioning you. Understand who are the 5 people or 5 companies also selling something similar, and why do you differentiate yourself from them? The power of storytelling. I mean, yes, I've heard, first of all, I think you guys did an amazing job, but I think bringing it back to something that's important to yourself or important to your product or your solution, something that the customer, enterprise, or the business leader is going to walk away with and remember is important. And it can be the same story told over and over again, but so that you drive it in, know that story, that's your pitch. Be persistent, stay passionate and curious, have self-awareness to be able to pivot, make changes, and take advice. I work with a lot of founders. People are very, very passionate about their business. It's their babies, it's their life. But taking advice and being able to navigate different relationships or different opportunities is really important. But again, that's pretty much everything that Comcast is doing right now. That's how we work and partner with startups. And thank you so much for having me today to be invited up here. I'm excited for not only being able to hear all of these pitches today, but also to hear and see maybe what's to come, potentially see some of you all down the, so I'll be hanging out after, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, Katie, for those inspirational words. Let me just check on the judges. They're ready? Okay, does anybody have any questions? We can take probably 1 or 2 questions before the judges come in the room. Questions for Katie? And it's been a long day. Okay, so there's one, AJ.
What does pitching look like professionally, not when it's in a room? How does that look?
It's on Teams. And usually you only have 30 minutes max for a pitch. So think about a 10-minute presentation with a demo. Always record your demo because you want to be able to get through your demo precisely and show all the points without somebody interrupting and asking questions and driving you off your demo. to be able to quickly push a button and have a 2-minute demo ready to go, and then be able to walk through the rest of your pitch. And then usually it's questions, it's Q&A. So that's typically the pitch for us. And then we usually reach out and we internally discuss whether or not we think it's viable and we have other connections we want to make with them. So 20 to 30 minutes is usually a lot of time. Which is hard, right? Because you have so much you want to tell them and you want to bring a pamphlet and so much to show and prove. But they likely have many pitches in their problem. So you want to stand out. All right. One more question.
What were some Ursinus specific skills that you learned here that you use in your professional job?
Oh gosh. I mean, honestly, I think that the message I was kind of trying to drive today is the network. We built really strong relationships here, and that's kind of kept me through my entire career. It's building relationships, building connections, but then going back to them and nurturing those connections. At Comcast, I have a lot of I'm only successful if I'm able to partner and collaborate with other business leaders and have that network. So unless I'm able to continue and nurture those relationships, if you have people trust me and trust my team's opinion of the companies that I'm bringing in, I can't win. So that's probably my number one thing coming from Ursinus. So there's many more probably think of as I walk away. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, now the moment you've all been waiting for. And so I'm just to see the results too, as I'm sure you are. I'll preface it by saying, again, everybody did a fantastic job. We know, the judges know, even Katie commented to me after we met about how much work you have put into your presentations, your thought processes, learning the innovation process. And so we appreciate that. And regardless of the outcome. But now's the time to turn it over to the judges. They will announce the winners, and I'll just ask after the announcements if everyone could stay, and we'll get some photos, and then we'll be finished for the day. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jen.
So as Maureen said, so everyone give yourselves you make our jobs as the judges very challenging. And Maureen, thank you for inviting all three of us back. We enjoy this every year. It's good because I guess we're doing a good job. But I think I speak for all the judges here when we say that this year, every year it gets better. So y'all have put a lot of work and energy into your presentations and your proposals. We very much enjoy reading them and going through it. And it's a testament to Maureen with how you're running the program that they've improved year over year. So great job. All right, so now the real reason why I'm sitting here will be to give out the awards. All right, so we are going to start with the best oral presentation. And drum roll. And it goes to Evelyn Solutions.
These are not real. Somebody asked me that one time. You cannot pass these. You do have to return them, and we will give you real checks. Actually, the business office will eventually.
Awesome job. Where do you want them to leave them up here for when you come back up? So take a look at it and just leave it here for me. All right, congratulations. And next up, we have our Ready, Set, Go winner, which goes to someone who is ready to take this business idea and they can use this investment to advance their business. This year it goes to, drumroll, NaturaCare, Laura. All right, so now we're going to get into our place prizes, and we are going to start with the third place winner. All right, drum roll. John is our winner. All right, and then we have more. So our second place and then our first place. We're gonna do our second place winner first. Drum roll, please. Positivo Water. I'm glad that you came back and that you had advanced your product already in your business, so good job.
Appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, and last but not least, we have our first place winner, $3,500 prize. Drum roll, please. Round of applause for all.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all. I want to particularly thank the judges who dedicate a full day every year to coming back and giving us their time and their expertise and their guidance. So really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I didn't mention all of this takes a lot of time. We've been working on this probably all year, but certainly all semester. And I couldn't do our You Imagine ambassadors who have put programs together, gotten bios, gotten headshots, worked with the teams, put the booklets together, did our catering. So if you wouldn't mind standing up, stand up and let us show your appreciation. Okay, yep. And most importantly, to all of you that participated, I know that it is a lot of work. I know that it's extremely hard to get up in front of a group of people and talk in a microphone, recorded in a competition. So kudos to all of you. Continue the great work, and we hope to see you back next year. I do want to thank too our provost who spent the day with us, who is very interested in innovation, taking this forward, and the Ursinus College for giving us the opportunity, giving me the opportunity to stand up here day by day and do something that I love and I have been doing for the last 10 years. So thank you, everyone. Have a great Sunday. I will ask if you come up, we can take a picture as a group, and then we can get some other photos, and I'll set you off to do whatever you do on Sundays, which I think is usually no more, right? So thank you again. I appreciate everybody, and get yourself in. So come on up, and we'll get a photo, and we'll